Hello, everyone. Hello, and welcome to episode 6 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign. And I am so happy to have you all here for a very, very special episode. And I saw you all in chat. I saw you in chat being like, wait, can we help them? Yes. Yes, you may help them. We have new faces here today. We have one person who should be here, but took a nap, and I suspect slept through their alarm. And so I'm sure she will be here when she wakes up in a panic. And when she does, nameplates are ready and all excited. Oh, we have people swapped on the overlay. I'm going to fix that as we speak. 1 second, everyone. Okay, good. Thank you. Fixed. Hello, welcome in. This is a Fate French Resistance campaign that has been running for a while, and this is a very special episode. We have an opportunity that does not happen regularly, and I'm very excited for it. As you all know, two of our regular players, Dot and KP, are off at the D3 cruise, which left us with Greg and Lindy, and I was like, okay, let me get two guests to come in to fill in, and we'll figure out how they'll tie in. But then it turns out that Greg could not make it for family reasons, and I was like, wait, I can make an entire new cell, and I can have some people that I wanted to be here come and be here. And I'm very excited for all of our guests to be here today. And they've all made brand new characters. Everybody here has made brand new characters, including Lindy, whose regular character may show up, but as you can tell by the hair, she's a new character. And which is exciting because we get to see what it's like again back when you first start off in that gritty, deadly terribleness that happens. And I would like to say, first off, thank you for being here. I want to thank all of you who are watching live. I want to thank all of you who are watching on the YouTube. Thank you very much. There are ways in which you can support us. You can follow the channel and everybody who's here. You can join the Discord. We have a channel. We have two channels dedicated to Kolos. One is a spoilers channel and one is a not spoilers channel. The spoilers channel is a spoiler from the players. None of the players can access that channel. So if there are things, for example, that you know about what's happened that the players do not know yet, that's where you put it. Because, for example, if terrible things happen to this session that the rest of the players do not know about who are not here, maybe they don't need to know until it happens later. And so you could put that there. You can also donate tips and bits. And if you do, we will read out those messages at the intermission and at the end. You can also join the Patreon, which is at Academic Foxhole, and all those proceeds go to help pay for the cast. We pay for the cast. We pay for Ifrithiel, who's our graphic designer, to make sure everybody gets, everyone's labor is respected. Also, there was a bit of a voice acting I had for a thing that'll be a surprise for the break, and there's a little payment for that as well. And we also have channel points, extra credit, and those extra credits are used to support our players. And so here's the thing about that. The Roses of Paris, they're a level 3 faction, so they get 3 fate points, and they've been like running around, and they've got all sorts of fate points. It's so great. But I don't know if you remember what it was like in Season 1. Season 1 with a level 1 faction, which is what our current heroes are, they only get 1 fate point. 1 group fate point and 1 individual fate point. That's it. That's all they got. So being able to help them out, being support from home, from London, might be really important to them. So they have some extra fate points and not die. And as it turns out, you can use your channel points to give them some extra fate points. And I will move us over to the map view so you can see that I'm actually doing it and that I'm not cheating. We have been given 3 out of the 4 possible fate points that are available to them. Werewolf Fields has donated 1. Rissa, our mod, has donated 1. And Willen TW has also donated 1. I have a shout out for Willen. And so I'm going to right now, so you know I'm not cheating, give our players these 3 extra fate points that they can use as it's a collective thing if they need them, bringing them to a total of 4. There is 1 last fate point that they could get from chat, but they have not yet gotten it. So that's just sad for them. And, oh well. So thank you, chat, for that. Let me see. Is there anything else? Yes. What I wanted to say was, you can also, if you wanted to help out, you can just like retweet us and tell your friends that we're here, so they can come. It only let us do 3. Oh, that's right. I dropped it down to 3. Yes. I think. Oh no, I see what's happening. I see what's going on. I got that. Yes, because I had to reswitch. I'm gonna fix it while we're speaking. I'm gonna fix it while I introduce people. So let me see. There was one other thing I wanted to say. Yes, here's the thing I wanted to say. Hey Greg, let me turn you off. And yes, Drac, Leonie, Lindy. I'm gonna swap your plates. Drac and Leonie. It's not my favorite thing to do because I like everything to be alphabetical, but that is just my life sometimes. Here you go.
We're changing things up. We're making it.
Yeah,
we're weird. We're not like the other groups.
Yeah,
making it spicy.
Making it spicy. So the one last thing is that we have a particular Patreon level. It's a new Patreon level, and it's $200, and it's a special word from our sponsors Patreon level, and that basically pays for one episode for everybody's costs, basically everybody. And I figured if there's some big corporation, like, I don't know, if McDonald's wants to give us $200, that's it for them. I don't know. It's never going to happen. But we did get a sponsor, and that sponsor, I would like to give a big shout out to Willen TW, who is our chronicler, who takes notes for us, who is amazing. And one of the things that happens, besides getting a shout out here and then getting a special credit at the end, is that for one of the weeks in the month that you were a sponsor for, you get a special ad that airs at our intermission. And this is the week that Willen's special ad is going to air at the top of the intermission. And Willen, I hope you like it. I like it very much. So look forward to that. And that said, I would like to introduce our players. I would like us to go around. And also, by the way, if you're new to Fate and you've never watched Fate before, this is a great episode because we're going to talk about the rules as we go a little bit. And I think so if you've never played it, you can learn some about how this works. But let's go around first and introduce each one of our players. First off, I would like to we're going to go with the oldest among us, Lindy.
I am a whole year older than the last time I played this game.
It's true. It is true.
It is true.
Could you say who you are, and could you, if you don't mind, tell us who you are playing? Mm-hmm. And I believe there's a question which is a collective question: is where all do you meet? Before any of you answer, like, where all do you meet up? When you all meet up, because you all need to sort of check in with each other regularly to make sure that nobody's been kidnapped or captured. Where do you all meet up as a group?
Okay.
I want to know.
Yeah, of course, certainly.
Yes. And then also I want to know what you do during the day normally, your character.
Oh, what I do during the day normally,
or whenever,
what about during the night,
or whatever.
What are your normal activities?
Yes, what are your normal activities?
Okay, cool. Yes. Like, sure, I love it.
Yeah.
Hi, I'm Lindy, and I'll be playing not Freda Engel this week. I'll be playing Amelie DeVoe. She is, she's a very young. She's like 18 years old. She is living life. Would you like me to list my high concept? Is
yes,
that
please.
how you?
Yes,
please. Her high concept is a prostitute who has a big heart and a desire to help. So, you might guess that my daily or nightly activities may involve a lot of sex. Yep. That's what she does. And then, yeah, or maybe some spy work, She also takes care of her little sister,
Who is how
old? They're orphans. Her little sister is 12.
What's her name?
Her little name is Christina. She calls her Tina.
I have further questions, but I'm going to wait. I'll wait.
Okay.
I'll wait.
Certainly.
Yes. Let's go next to Drac. Who are you? Who are you playing? And tell us what your high concept is. And I've got some follow-up questions to all of you once you've all done that, because I care.
Okay. Cool. Well, hi, I'm Drac, or Draconics. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics. It's DRAKONIQUES. Kind of stream all over the place, but following me on Twitter is the best place to figure out what I'm doing at any given moment. And today I'm going to be playing Emanike, and I just thought of his surname on the fly, Emanike Monroe.
Nice.
He's often called Mr. Monroe because he is a teacher during the day for the most part. But everyone has a side hustle.
It's true.
And you kind of have to in this economy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's pretty much it. He, they pronouns for me and Emanike.
And what is your high concept?
Oh yeah, my high concept. I immediately forgot it's the whole name. Okay. SOE trained hothead devoted to the children.
Gloss and gadgets. How about you? Who are you? Who are you playing? And what's your character's high concept?
Hello everybody, I am Leonie, also known as Gloss and Gadgets. My pronouns are my proper nouns, so you may call me Gloss or Leonie. Nice. Today I am playing Amy Dubois, codename, proper name, Sister Bernadette. I am a nun. Only in pretend there. My high concept is a devoted nun driven by her past. Sister Bernadette's pronouns are she, her. Have I missed anything?
Not yet, because I now have follow-up questions.
Okay, cool.
Because this is the moment where we have a new cell and we're doing, so what's really kind of interesting about Fate is that you can do all of your character creation ahead of time, but you can also do things in the moment. And I do have some questions. I think the first question I would like to ask is, where do you all meet up regularly? And your group is called, we're going to call them the Saints. And what is the high concept for your group? Your cell?
It is Sanctuary for Displaced People.
Sanctuary for Displaced People.
Sanctuary.
No, the thing about Fate is that all characters and things, people, etc., have trouble aspects. Things that, get them into trouble. So, I would like to know, what are each of your characters' trouble aspects?
Yeah.
And I'm going to just write this down for no reason.
Mine, Emanike Monroe's, his trouble is painfully idealistic.
Tell me about that.
I think he wants the best future for, I think because he's a teacher,
yep.
He's interested in a lot of the youth and he wants the best future for the children. And I think maybe because of how much he interacts with children, maybe it's the other way around and he interacts with children because of this.
Yeah.
But he has a very almost childlike view of what the world could be and how to go about doing it. So I think he's got very much what he thinks he doesn't think he can be one, but what he wants the world to be and how to do it, he thinks he can become a true hero in his line of work without having to blur any lines.
Oh yeah. Without having to blur lines. Interesting. We'll come back to that. Leonie, what is your character's trouble aspect?
Desperate for redemption.
Ooh, that's a good. Tell me about that.
Okay, so Bernadette one day saw some people being taken away.
Yeah.
And she didn't stand up for them. She kept her head down. She kept herself safe. And ever since then, it's bored into her memory the fact that she didn't do anything and that she didn't stand up. And so she's going to make sure that the next time it happens, no matter what, she's going to stand up every single time and fight the good fight.
Lindy, what is your character's trouble aspect?
Hi. Her trouble aspect is she's a lucky charm, tragically delicious.
Tell me about that.
Oh, puns on puns, and yesterday was St. Patrick's Day, and maybe she's a prostitute. She's a lot of people's lucky charm.
Yeah.
But she also kind of has a tragic past, orphaned at a very young age, kind of taking care of her baby sister, maybe not always in the best of situations. So,
Yeah. Now,
no other reasons.
I'm sure. Now, your cell, a sanctuary, the saints, where all do you meet?
I'd like to think at the church. Yeah.
At the
Yeah,
church, yeah.
at the church, yeah.
So I have some follow-up questions. So you probably have like space that is like not in the main part where you can go and sort of meet up in the back for study sessions.
I'd like, if possible, for this to be the church that Amelie and her younger sister grew up in the orphanage of. So it probably would have several buildings to it.
Yes.
Can we then make it a cathedral and it has catacombs?
Yes. Absolutely. Ooh. No problem.
I like that.
Now, your faction has your high concept of trouble, has their main mission, and has a free aspect. If you wanted, that free aspect could be something like riddled with catacombs, or like mazes and catacombs.
I was thinking like maze-like interior.
Yeah. You could have something in there that basically like gives you help for like escaping, hiding things, right? You could have that as being one of the aspects of your faction, which is a great aspect. Absolutely.
I love that idea.
I love it too.
A holy labyrinth.
Oh, holy labyrinth. Oh, that's
for
good.
A free aspect?
Yeah, for your free aspect, holy labyrinth.
Love
absolutely. It. That's really good. I love that. So good. Oh, so good. Okay, so what though? I have actual questions about your characters, but I just need to know, what is the trouble aspect of your cell before I ask this other question that I have of each one of you?
Yeah.
We owe a lot of favors. Yeah.
Specifically to the mob.
You owe favors to the mob.
Yeah.
Can I ask about how that happened?
So
did he have to talk about it?
Yes, because here's why. Right now, I'm going to ask you what basically you have two other aspects, and they're your faction aspects and your relationship aspects. And your faction aspect has something to do with your relationship to this faction, why you joined it, or something about you. You know, I want to know something about that, and out of that, we can come up with an aspect for you. So I want to know exactly why your faction. How did this happen? Why do you owe some stuff? Because, by the way, there's multiple mobs, by the way. There's old traditional mobs who are all Corsican, and then you have some new people who are basically working for the Nazis. Because the Nazis are like...
imagine we worked with the Corsican mobs, because they're
definitely
the old established. Yeah.
Because what has happened is that basically a bunch of criminals came, and corrupt cops came to Paris, and the Nazis are like, we need people. Hey, do you want to be like the Gestapo, like the French Gestapo? And they're like, we get badges and we can do whatever we want. And they're like, yeah, let's do that. So then these new criminals have just sort of come around and are just basically extorting people and robbing people and taking over businesses because they can. They're just a bunch of the old criminal families are very unhappy with this. But yeah, so let me ask, how come you have favors to the mob?
I imagine we probably started off with very small versions of resistance, so smuggling in and out goods that were honestly probably not even just good, probably outside of occupied France propaganda and media and stuff like that. And I think
I would note one thing you might be smuggling is food.
Okay.
Because
we are the famous brie smugglers.
Right? I mean, because here's the thing. At this point in time, the Germans are basically commandeering almost all the food to send back to the German war effort. So there's not a lot of food. Everything is rationed right now. And the amount of calories each person is allowed a day is about 1,000 and some, if you're lucky. And even if you have that, you may not be able to get the food. So there is and of course, Germans get all the food. They have all the food. And if you are not German, you're not getting any food. And therefore, there is a black market for food, right? People smuggling food in and smuggling food out is happening. So you have this very sort of perverse situation where there are these restaurants that are basically now only for the Germans and their friends, with steaks and food and everything, and everybody else is eating bread made with sawdust. And Jean-Paul Sartre was writing about how he would eat rats sometimes, right? It's just a bad scene. And so smuggling in and out food is quite the thing. Also, sometimes medical, like medicine, food and medicine are things that people will pay a lot of money for, actually, and getting them in and out, especially if you have an orphanage attached to you all. Those are things that you might be smuggling, depending if you can get them.
Yeah.
Or you might be needing to get them from some criminal friends.
Yeah. I imagine it definitely started off with that, and I think afterwards we're like, we probably could be doing more. Yeah. So I think we started smuggling people out, and I think Leonie, you mentioned, and I really like this idea, like getting prisoners of war out as well.
Yeah.
And we couldn't do that on our own. So we unfortunately had to, it wasn't blurring the lines technically, because, it's still for good.
Yeah.
We just brought in some
outside help.
Yeah, outside help.
Yeah, people who might be able to break and enter into places and might be a little bit of muscle that you might need. And so, then maybe they want favors back. Yeah. Let me ask, because I want to know about this, because I want to know about your faction aspects. This is a moment I would like you to tell me a story about why, what was the moment when you're like, this is what I want to do? That's what I want to know. I'd like to hear a brief story about that.
Is it as individuals, or how we were deciding what we wanted? Okay.
Right. And that could be, now I'll note that it might have been, there's always more than one moment. There might be a moment where internally you thought this is what's driving me this moment, or it could be a later moment when you actually decided to stand up. But I want to know something about that moment when you thought, I need to do something. I want to hear a little story.
I do believe that for me, I actually stumbled upon the saints first. They were having a meeting in the church because, having a meeting in a church is a very smart idea.
It is.
Especially if you're Catholic, we have mass every day.
Especially pre-Vatican II, right? So Latin all the time. Absolutely.
And I stumbled upon them, and it was just in my mind. I was like, well, if I can stumble upon you, then the enemy are gonna stumble upon you. And so I just started helping them find more locations. Also, no one ever suspects the nun, so I can walk places and go places and take messages places, and I will never get stopped, or my presence is suspicious.
So this idea that you stumbled upon them and you're like, oh, if I can find you, they can find you, let me figure this out. What do you think, and we can all suggest this depending, I feel like what kind of aspect, what can we know about you from that moment? I feel like this is what aspect can we get out of this moment of you?
I would recommend almost, I guess it's not protect. I feel like protective is the only word that's coming to mind. But
maternal.
Yes.
Could be, or even something like perceptive, can read the room. Yeah. There are a lot of ways in which you can go this idea that you in the right place at the right time. Right, there's a couple of ways in which you could sort of go out of that moment. Mother observer. Oh, mother observer as opposed to mother superior. That's a cool one. Hidden in plain sight is another one that we got there in the chat. What are you thinking?
I do like mother observer, to be honest.
Do it.
Yeah.
Do it. Have that be the aspect that comes out of your relationship to your faction. Mother observer. Okay, Lindy, what about you? Tell us about Amelie.
So Amelie spends a lot of time with German soldiers, one could say. German soldiers who, have some drinks, get really relaxed, maybe want to talk about things and stuff. Get a load off their chest. Hi. And she's just, she's there to listen to it all because she has quite an angelic face. I'd like to say when she's not working, she's helping at the church because they did help raise her and she feels comfortable there. And so maybe she found out some things and was trying to figure out who the right, like how she could use this information, how it could help the right people. And depending on how long Sister Bernadette has been there, perhaps she felt comfortable telling her. I don't know if they have much of an age gap or, whatever. Maybe they've known each other for quite some time and maybe had a small confession with the sister and got roped into the cell that way.
Now, first off, you just said a thing which sounds to me like the aspect that we get out of this story, but I would love other people's thoughts. I thought angelic face was a thing you said, and that really felt like an aspect. But what else are you thinking?
I mean, that could work. She does look really innocent, which is part of her draw and appeal. Just a small innocent French girl.
What's a phrase for that? Annie Geek says angel in waiting.
Oh, angel in waiting. Angel in waiting. Angelic innocence.
What's sorry, I was just thinking 1950s like songs, Teen Angel, but
she is a teen. 18.
Right, she's still a teen. Yeah, something like maybe like angel face, something like that perhaps, which I feel like you could do interesting things with, right? Both ways. Drac, what about Monique Monroe, Mr. Monroe?
Yeah. So I think for him, I think he's a math teacher. And I think he's fairly new to the cell. At least maybe compared to the others, or maybe compared to the other people in the cell. I'm not entirely sure.
Now, you have been trained by the SOU, which is in London. So somehow, at some point in time, you got from France to London to back. Also, what were you doing during the war? How old is your character?
I didn't think this far ahead. I'm just gonna say 30.
30. Okay. So if you're 30, that means that it's 1942. That means you were born in 1912, which means you were way too young for World War One. But you are not too young to have fought for France before it fell. So, but now you are clearly not fighting. Like, you're out. You're done because probably. So I suppose I would ask a couple of questions. Were you fighting? Did you escape at Dunkirk? Like, what happened there?
I think I was fighting. I think I was fighting and managed to probably, honestly, I think I
were you a POW?
I have no idea what that stands for. I'm bad.
Prisoner of war.
Prisoner of war.
Oh, you know what? Yeah. I think I was.
Which sounds to me like you probably escaped, right? If you were captured at some point in time, you must have escaped.
Yeah, I think. Could I? Okay, now could I have been rescued by the Saints?
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
And that probably was. I probably was rescued by the Saints, and I feel like maybe for a short, I was like, after that, I was like, I do not want to be involved in anything like this again, and started teaching.
Yeah.
And I think what brought me back into it was, I think I probably saw my class start to disappear. Like, I probably saw kids either going missing or dying of malnourishment. And I think at that point I was like, I need to do something.
Yeah. Did you I have some follow-up questions because I want to know. Did you do you teach at the orphanage that's attached to this church? This cathedral?
I think originally I taught at like a proper like a school, and I think once I started getting closer ties with the Saints, I probably very purposefully disconnected myself from the school and started teaching at the orphanage, because at the very least then I could it'd be a bit easier, I guess, to meet with them and also not draw attention.
And you have done this very short, like 6-week training, 4 to 6 week training in London. Tell me about why you did that.
So this training would be stuff like fighting and shooting, and also the
fighting, shooting, codes, how to assassinate people, how to blow up railroad tracks, how to resist interrogation, how to sneak around, how to get out of handcuffs. You know, it's a very, very quick crash course in how to become a saboteur, a spy, assassin.
I think I probably did that because I think at some point it kind of like both dawned on me and kind of like just saw it in real life that what's happening now is very different to fighting on the battlefield. Like even then obviously I couldn't go guns blazing, but there was much less tact needed to get what you were there to do done. But now he can't, despite his hot-headedness making him want to, he can't just run up to a Nazi and punch them in the face and think that'll be it. So I think it's like I need to teach myself to be more effective in this new battlefield we're fighting on.
Okay, so now what aspect can we get out of this story for your character?
I don't know. So someone said solving for X.
Solving for X. There are a couple of things I can think about. I can think about things like former soldier is an aspect that would bring a whole bunch of things into it. Something like so that's like one way to go. Another way to go is about this thing that you said about how you realize that this is a different kind of war and that you have to do it in a different way. That's another kind of aspect that I feel like. Resistance through education.
No education.
Yeah, something new math. New math. That's interesting. A new kind of war. That's also interesting, right? So I mean, something like a soldier in a new kind of war, maybe could even that
soldier in a new battlefield.
Soldier in a new battlefield. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah. Okay, I have one more round of questions to give you all, and this is your relationship aspect. This is how we do this. I need you to tell me a story how somebody else here saved you in some kind of a way.
Oh.
In some kind of a way, how they saved you. And that could be literal or metaphorical. Lindy, how did somebody here in the Saints save you?
That's an excellent question.
How they helped you out when you needed it.
I think it's gonna have to be Sister Bernadette. Just being maybe like a nice, I don't know Sister Bernadette yet, but she seems to be a very kindly type of unassuming lady. So maybe she was emotional support, like a shoulder to cry on when like the war really started and things started getting difficult for Amelie and her sister, and just the comfort of a comforting figure who didn't seem like she was gonna rat her out to anybody or maybe not look down upon her for her life choices.
Leonie, how do you feel about that?
I mean, Jesus too sat with prostitutes.
That's true. Also drank wine.
Yep.
Yes.
So yeah, I definitely think.
How old is Sister Bernadette? Just out of curiosity.
26.
26.
Oh,
Okay,
a
so you're
nice-
like 8 years older than her. Yeah.
but still young.
So like maybe like a big sisterly kind of figure for Amelie.
So let me ask, what kind of aspect does that imply about Sister Bernadette?
Ooh.
That's how it works.
Leonie, that's you. You get to decide what kind of aspect you think comes out of that for you.
I'm getting like big sisterly vibes or
Trustworthy.
accepting of everyone, trustworthy.
What's that thing? You know that thing where you're like, oh, I just feel like I can talk to you, right? That's that.
Yeah.
Confide
Confide in or
Confidant. I just think of a word and stick holy in front of it. Holy confidant, but I don't know.
Easy to talk to, disarming. Like there's something I think in there about like how people will like trust you. They feel comfortable with you.
people like to confess their true feelings or
See, Rissa says compassionate, but I don't know if it's about. I don't know what's going on with her, but I think that people trust her. She may not be compassionate, but I feel like people like she might be, but I don't know. Right?
People think she's super nice and heartwarming.
She's but maybe something about like like you've got that face that people.
A face that you can trust.
That's it. How about that for your aspect?
Yeah,
A face that you
yeah.
can
That's
trust.
a good one.
That's a good
Yeah.
one. I love that. And I can see how that can get you in trouble
Just
as
so
well.
trustworthy as a group. I love it.
Absolutely.
You're so great.
It means we can have more shenanigans.
Yes.
Yeah.
Leonie, tell me how somebody here saved you.
No, not yet. I'm writing.
Oh, I'm so, okay, fine. Fine. That means, Drac, I need you to
Yes.
tell me how Amelie saved you.
Okay. Well, from how at least the ages everyone's given, I think I was probably saved by the Saints before most of them joined. So I think Amelie's like you said 8 years younger.
18.
She's 18, so she would have been
yeah.
16 about the time. So probably around 16.
So yeah, I was probably rescued by some other members of the Saints. But I think I was probably like, would I have been recognized at some point? Like, and maybe Amelie very quickly took their way out of it. Like, no, this is my husband, or just something, something like that.
Client.
Yeah, my client. And just quickly hired me away, or maybe even didn't talk them out of it, but brought me into.
Have to be really busy. Bye.
Yeah, I quickly hired us up into the brothel, and I used that as a way to escape.
Right, when you were like, because it's very dangerous walking the streets, because they're just patrolmen everywhere, checking people's papers, trying to make sure. Oh, by the way, Leonie. Forgery comes under tradecraft, just in case you want to know. That's a specialization under tradecraft, if in case you have some forgery skills. Just counterfeiting and forgery, that's all under tradecraft. Just so you know. Because people do need things like fake IDs. So let's say some good fast talk and some good silver tongue business from our Amelie.
In more ways than one.
was able to sort of like talk some people out of this and pull you away. What does that tell you, dear Lindy? Can you give me an aspect that is evoked in that idea? How do you feel about that?
I did like silver tongue when that was mentioned because again, more ways than one.
Please go ahead. You may have it.
Yeah,
you may have it.
Really good.
Thank you. I love it so much.
And yes, you would. I know you. Leonie, tell me how Monroe how Emanike saved you once? In some kind of way.
So I think shortly after my whole incident of not standing up for people, I just started throwing myself into really dangerous situations that I had no business being there.
Yeah.
And in one situation, I was going to take on some very angry, very armed soldiers by myself, you know, in my habit with my little wing flaps and everything. And Emnike grabbed me and pulled me aside and just completely talked me out of it.
Ooh.
Because I would have just thrown my life away.
Yeah. Oh, that's really good. Mm-hmm. That says so many things about you're desperate for redemption. I love it so very much. How do you feel about that, Drac?
No, I love that. I really love that. And I feel like it's definitely a case where, because definitely said hot-headed, so I feel like he definitely has a tendency to jump into things as well, but he's able to call himself out of it most often of the time. So I think he's especially perceptive when he sees it in other people. So I think, you know, I personally love that idea.
Yeah. So what aspect do you think that says about Emanike?
If I'm thinking of how he can see in other people, it could either be self-aware or
like almost like a reflective mirror.
Yeah.
Ooh,
Or kind of like, in fact, I think it maybe was because I think he didn't just talk you down. I think he probably showed you like a grievous scar that he got the last time he did something that reckless. And I was like, I've made this mistake. Don't make it as well. So I think it's probably kind of like a makes mistakes so you don't have to kind of deal.
Ooh, oh, that's nice. Yeah.
I like learn from my mistakes, something like that.
Yeah. Learn from my mistakes. I like that. Yes. Because that means whenever you've had sort of experiences like that, right, you can sort of do that. You can also help from people. Yeah. I like it. I think it's great. Okay, now, by the way, we're going to be getting our fourth player coming in shortly, just so you know. So that is, you have one aspect that is not currently up on your faction sheet, which is your main mission, your current mission, but you don't have to do that right now. We'll get there. So let us think a little bit about where we're at. And now I'm going to note that we're going to get Balrog in just about 10 minutes or so. And when she gets in, we'll integrate her. But I want to sort of say we are in 1942. It is April the 20th. It is a Monday. I want to make sure that I have my calendar up so I'm completely correct on my dates, but I should, because I am a little bit too ridiculous that way. Yes, Monday, April the 20th. What is it like in Paris at this moment? Paris is under siege. It is occupied. The city that you have been in for so long now has gotten German signs posted on them. There is a swastika that flies from the Eiffel Tower. And every day from 12 to 12:45, German soldiers march down the Champs-Élysées in a show of power and control. It is a place where they have moved in. Many of the movie theaters that used to be able to go to, you're now no longer able to go to because they're exclusive for German soldiers. Paris has now been seen as a reward for German military. It is a place where they are stationed, but also it's a vacation spot for them. So they get sort of stationed in Paris as a vacation in a way. The German mark, Reichsmark, is worth a lot more than the French franc at this moment on purpose. So their money goes really far and y'all's does not. You are suffering under rationing. There are not many cars on the street because you just can't get gas. Some people sort of turn their cars into like wood-fueled cars or find some way to do it. But just generally speaking, most people just can't ride cars anymore. People don't have coffee or cigarettes. They don't have meat. They don't have leather is now rationed. So you have people using cardboard shoes. It's really bad. The Germans have also just moved in and taken buildings. All of the major hotels are now just taken over by the Germans. The German high command is in this hotel. The Gestapo's in that place. They've just taken these places. They've taken people's homes to turn them into like hostels for visiting soldiers. They're everywhere. They walk up and down the streets. They're very polite, but they are everywhere. And of course, your news is everything goes through their sensors. All the mail. They could always be listening to your telephone conversations. It is, and perhaps one of the worst things is that they will give you quite a lot of money if you report on other people. Quite a lot of money. So you never know who might turn you in, who might turn you in for some money, for some food, for a favor. You never know. And the city itself has been under, it's been tricky. They're trying to go back to normal. People are, there's still shows and films and all of that happening. But there have been, from the beginning, there wasn't a lot of resistance at the beginning. But ever since Germany invaded Russia, the Soviet Union, the French communists have been active. And many of them are college students, young people who are idealistic. And their idea was to be a bit more violent about it. Rather than just sitting around and being a collaborator, they thought they should make people feel a little bit nervous. And there was a big protest. They protested in the streets and then people got shot. And so then they decided to start shooting people in return. There have been a number of assassinations on the street where recently, not too long ago, some German soldiers were having lunch at a cafe. Some communist youth came up and just shot them in the back of the head and killed them. And that then has resulted in very bad things. There is a policy called a hostage policy where the Germans would just kidnap, just round up 10 people and execute 10 people for every one German who was killed. At first, they were killing communists and Jewish people, non-French citizens, doing that. But then that wasn't getting them what they wanted. So they've been given orders to round up more people. And in the neighborhood, so if somebody shot somebody in the second arrondissement, they would just round up 50 people from the second arrondissement, and then they would kill them, shoot them right there in the middle of the, like right there in this, right by the Arc de Triomphe. And to say, if you don't want us to kill all the people in your neighborhoods, you should just tell us who the resistors are. And if you tell us, then these things won't happen. And there's been increasing pressure to round up more and more people anytime a German person is killed. So there's that is happening, which causes a lot of pressure. You really can't trust a lot of people. People are scared. People are nervous. There's all these retaliations. Very recently, the German government has instituted a new policy called the Nacht- und Nebel policy, the night and fog policy. And that policy says that if the French are a little bit too slow in prosecuting people, the Germans are just going to take them. We'll just take them, and they don't have to chart. They can just take people anyone they want in the middle of the night, ship them off to Germany, and never tell anyone what they're doing. Now, this is a problem because this goes against a lot of war laws. Normally, you're supposed to let people know where people are so the Red Cross can find them, right? There's like a whole situation with the Red Cross. But now people just might end up being missing. You don't know where they are. You don't know who you can write or why they were taken. And this goes to heightened paranoia and fear. The United States was just bombed at Pearl Harbor. They've entered the war. So that's something maybe. We don't know exactly, but perhaps. You have General de Gaulle over in London putting out radio broadcasts telling people to sort of resist. But some people think that he's not doing enough because he's over there and not here. There's a lot of tension and stress. And I would say, besides all of this fear, this tension, stress, this violence that's happening in the streets, you also have really wealthy French people eating all of this food with their German friends at these big hotels. You've got all sorts of French people having affairs with Germans, making buddy-buddy with Germans, and walking through the streets with all of their stuff. And then there are the roundups. Started off mostly with non-French people. They went and would round up. They would ask people who are not French to report to the police department and say what their address was so we could know. And then they have rounded them up. If you are Jewish, you are no longer able to be a doctor or a lawyer. You're no longer able to move. You cannot have a bicycle or a car. They must know exactly where you are. They've frozen all of the bank accounts and taken everything that was owned by Jewish people. Sometimes they're just taking their homes and giving them to other people, taking their things. And they've started with non-French citizens, rounding them up, putting them in a transit camp. There are these transit camps around Paris, and they're just rounding up hundreds and hundreds of people who are communists, certainly, and Jewish, and probably not French, and so it's fine that they're taken and put in these camps with no food, where they get sick. And then when they're taken, the Germans come and take their furniture and their fur coats and their clothing and ship them off to Germany, and their art. And you've seen the whole scale theft of all of this art. People like resistors have worked to basically hide most of the stuff from the Louvre, so they could not be taken. You don't know exactly where they are, but they're being hidden in basements somewhere. But you're in a group of people who say that you're friends, but who are rounding up people, and it's only who knows how long it is before they start rounding up people who are also French citizens. They rounded up some, but they let them go, but it's unclear. If you are married, you're not allowed to work if you're a woman. Women don't have the vote, of course, at this point in time. Women shouldn't be smoking. It's a very, very, very patriarchal moment. Abortion is made a capital crime. If anyone's caught giving an abortion, they will kill you. They will execute with the guillotine. It is lawless. The people who are in charge of you are friends with criminals who walk through the streets robbing at any moment. And so you have people who are desperate and you can't leave. In order to walk down the street, you have to have a pass, and people are always checking, and you can't get out. It is dangerous, it is scary, and at this moment, you have people who are trying to escape from the east, making their way here, through here, trying it as best they can. And then there's bombings from the Allies. It is a dark time in the City of Light. And this is the time that you find yourself in at this moment, with refugees coming in and then disappearing. People trying to come through and get out somehow. People say that it won't get so bad. How bad can it get? But people are worried. I don't know if you've heard this. I mean, I'm sure you had. It was all over. People gossiped about it. Last year, there was a man who was a people smuggler. He smuggled people in and out of the city. At least that's what was said. It turns out he was a serial killer, and he just murdered those people. People came to him to get help getting out of the city. Roma, Jewish people, queer people, all sorts of people tried to, came to him. They gave him all of their life savings, and then he murdered them and just took all their stuff. And he killed a lot of people before he somehow mysteriously died. So it is a dangerous time, and people need help, but you never know how you can help them or who you can trust. And it is this moment where you find yourself here, April the 20th, 1942, in a moment where there's been upheaval in the city and no one knows exactly what's going on. So, let me ask you, where are you, each one of you, about noon on this Monday? One moment. Before you answer that question, ha 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 ha. I'm gonna have to replace you
I think we're just different characters now.
No,
we gotta
no,
just
no.
No.
You can't
Change
be different
places.
characters. You won't be, I swear. Let me put you there.
Oh, wait, I'm still Emanike. So
I'm
good.
there, right? And then Drac, you need to be there. And okay, everybody's where they need to be. Hello, welcome in. We were just finishing up some character creation, and I would love, if you don't mind, I'm basically gonna speak a little bit slow so you can pull up your character sheet, and make sure you just jump into roll 20 when you do. I'm going to be asking you some questions about your character in a few seconds, but the first thing I wanted to ask was, in this moment of intense difficulty in the city, I wanted to know where your character is at noon on a Monday. And I'm going to start with Lindy.
Yes. All right, cool. Amelie is probably waking up and getting ready for the day, and getting ready to probably head over to the church. She stays up late some nights, working. So she is, she sleeps in late. So she's probably getting ready to head to the church.
May I ask you a question?
Certainly.
Where do you sleep?
She
Many
sleeps.
brothels have the women and men who work there, people who work there, sleep at the brothel itself. Sometimes those people may not actually technically be French citizens and may have a hard time leaving. Some you can leave and walk around because
thankfully
you are French.
is a French citizen, and can leave. But I imagine that on the busy nights, so probably around the weekends, so like Friday, Saturday, Sunday, at the very least she stays at the brothel. But imagine there's a couple nights a week maybe she sleeps at the church. Maybe like 2 nights a week.
Yeah, and because your sister is
like
still
Wednesday
staying
and
at the
Thursday.
orphanage, yes?
Yes. So she probably visits like 2 nights a week, stays 2 nights a week at the church, and like the slower nights, like Tuesday, Wednesday night or whatever. But because last night was a Sunday night,
Yes,
she's probably waking up at the brothel.
May I ask you a question?
Yes, you may.
What is the name of the brothel that you work at?
See, that's a great question, Trooper, and I wanted to talk with you about that because I know you love to inflict joy upon your players, and so I was wondering if there was a specific brothel you had in mind for me to work at.
Gosh, I mean, there's so many choices.
I know.
So many choices.
Because I didn't have my heart set on one.
Really?
So yeah.
Well, there are some options I can think of. You could You could work at. There's a place called the Little Bird.
There is. I've heard good things about the new ownership.
Rissa, Bricktops is not a brothel. It is still a nightclub. So there's the Little Bird. You could work there. You could work at the 122, which is very high class. I don't know if you're very high class though. It's up to you.
I do have an angelic face.
It's true. What are your thoughts?
122. I think she would want to go work at a place that because she's trying to get intel would have good clientele.
Go on.
So maybe a place where the officers frequent more than just the regular foot soldiers. Some people who know things more than the grunt. Now there's gonna be some grunt troops that come in because obviously some of them save up and want to go to a swanky place or whatever, or maybe some officers like to frequent less swanky places. So I think it would depend on how many officers you think come into the Little Bird, because I know the 122 has
all the officers,
a lot of swank, all the officers.
Yeah. So we'll put you at the 122.
Okay,
that's where we'll put you.
As much as I love the Little Bird brothel, and I've heard great things about it, she's more concerned about intel, and I don't. Yeah, intel.
All right. Now, Drac. Emanike, what is Emanike doing about noon on Monday?
I think I've probably just finished teaching some of the orphans. like maybe just like a small little maths class I just finished teaching. So I'm probably like going through the questions I'd given them and basically marking like a little like pop quiz I probably just gave them no less than half an hour ago. Just going through them all. Yeah, so I'm probably I think I'm at the orphanage. I think I probably live at the orphanage, honestly. Because I'm definitely not a French citizen, so it's probably very hard for me to get any housing. Plus the fact that I just technically escaped prisoner of war, so that makes it even harder.
What is your citizenship?
I think it's just British. I think I'm just like full on British citizen. I think I can speak fluent French.
Yep.
But I feel like if someone talked to me enough to be like, the accent isn't quite right, something's off here.
You can pass as French, but
yeah, I can pass as French, but probably not for too long.
Nice.
So yeah, I think I'm definitely teaching maths and going through the papers right now.
Sister Bernadette, what are you doing at noon on a Monday?
Well, half the day is already gone, so been industrious all morning. I'm probably prepping for lunch. I'm probably in the kitchens with my fellow sisters prepping for lunch. We run a small soup kitchen as well as feeding the orphans in our care.
Balrog.
So
Please go ahead.
So I'm at the cathedral.
So right now we have 2 people at the cathedral, at the compound, right? I imagine it being one of these sort of larger spaces. There's like I imagine having a cathedral and then large grounds where there's like the orphanage is there. There's probably, you know what I mean? Like it's like I imagine having like a really nice walled, you know when there's like really sort of kind of like an abbey, right? Or like it's got like, you know, some of those older ones have like really huge sort of spaces.
Yeah, I pretty much imagine the Sacré-Cœur, which is this big Roman Catholic compound. Yes. It is a compound.
It's a compound. Yes.
It's a compound. It's massive.
Yes. That's what I'm imagining, to imagine this sort of beautiful, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's called a bastilla for a reason. It's a castle.
So nice. Yes. So, Balrog, I'm going to be asking you some questions in a second. We're probably going to go to break a little bit early. So, your character, what is your character's name?
My character's name is Jacqueline Perrault.
I have some questions that I would like to ask you, but I'm not going to ask you yet. I want to ask you them in break. But I would like to ask you this question for some context. Your cell, well, the cell that you are acquainted with, let's say,
we've had dealings.
Yes, they're the Saints, and they work out of this church, also sort of an orphanage, this compound, and they are, they are a sanctuary for people who need to be moved and things, and they also, they owe some favors to some criminal elements, and I think that I would like to ask you an easy question first. What is your character doing at noon? What is her name? And what is she doing at noon on a Monday in April?
In April, ooh, that narrows it down even more. I like that. On a Monday, let's see, Monday noon in April, Jacqueline would most likely, this might sound a little boring, but she would be having meetings with potential clients or potential suppliers, be that of people, be that of transport, or be that of possibly some hard to get goods. But most likely meeting potential clients.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
And my question is this. That sort of a thing seems somewhat dangerous, to have meetings, illegal meetings. I mean, I just feel like these meetings don't sound all that legal to me. So let me ask you.
How dare you?
I'm just saying it just feels that way. Where would you have these meetings? Where is a safe place for you to have meetings? Do you have your meetings somewhere in this compound, or do you have them somewhere else?
By and large, Jacqueline's method is essentially to keep the meetings as nondescript and public actually as possible, and to essentially have it be just acquaintances sitting down for a cup of coffee, going about their business as usual. We're just sitting down talking about maybe, say, the price of bread down in Marseille, or how we heard from a cousin in Chantilly or something. Just casual conversation about news from abroad, news from close by, and then maybe agreeing to meet up again at a later time to have just to have an evening together. The initial contact is always just a generic, do I think these people are A, worth the risk of transporting, and B, capable of paying for it?
Yeah.
And then the underlying bit that never gets told to anyone is the hidden option of C, so important that I should turn them in because that will gain me more protection.
Yeah.
So the noontime is definitely a time to be seen, because that lowers suspicion a little bit. If you're skulking about during the day, that's going to catch a few eyes.
Yeah.
In the evening, that's when she sits down, has tea with those prospects who are more likely and viable. But that's clients. If we're talking about potential collaborators, those meetings all either happen in the evening or occasionally in the church.
But I'm going to ask you these questions. I don't know if I can, but I'd like to, and tell me if it's okay.
Ask away.
Do you have your high concept?
Yes.
What is your high concept?
I wrote that a few seconds ago, and you'd think I would remember it. My high concept is the determined survivor.
Nice. Love it. But what is your trouble, though?
My trouble, my trouble is live to fight another day.
I can use that against you for excitement. Very well. I need to ask you two questions. I've asked the rest of them, and I need to ask this of you. One is about your faction. Could you tell me a story about when you decided that you wanted to help the resistance, join the resistance, be part of this? Tell me a story that is related to you and the resistance.
So, when occupation became inevitable, at that time, Jacqueline was fired up, was essentially waiting for a chance to do something, needing to do something almost. And so when word got around, and among a few acquaintances, that, hey, we're banding together to do something about these Nazis, Jacqueline was all in initially. It was that sort of combination of being spurred on in the moment and thinking, look at all these capable, strong, wonderful people. We are going to strike such a blow. We are going to make such a difference. Let's get together. Let's go out there. Let's fight the good fight. And let's take back our city, our country. And day after day after day, that fire dimmed, the optimism went away, and as the friends dwindled and the graves mounted, she eventually just realized, or, well, in her mind realized, this isn't going to work out. Might as well just try to live through this and see when the opportunity arises.
So, everyone, what aspect do we think we can get out of that story for Jacqueline's faction aspect?
Oh.
Let's see. Ooh, I could get something like. Sorry, this is a Lethal Weapon quote. I'm too old for this, right? Like something about like your experience, your having been here.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Like that could be interesting. What any other thoughts about that?
I'm definitely thinking some form of disillusion. But I can't. I honestly think like I'm too old for this.
Like impassioned, then disillusioned.
Ooh, Haka says nothing new under the sun. Well, that's interesting. Yeah, that could be cool. How do you feel about that?
I like that phrasing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that gets a lot in there, right? Nothing new under the sun. That means that gives you a. Like
yeah,
you've seen
that covers it all. Yeah.
Seen a lot, realizing that. Yeah, seeing a lot, realizing that, or realizing, I'm going to put that in air quotes, that nothing's going to change, that active resistance is just getting people killed. And so maybe there are other ways of undermining, and, you know, of course, the thought being there of, and sometimes you got to make the occasional sacrifice in order to keep the bigger picture going.
Yeah, I think nothing new under the sun is good. I think that's good.
I like that. I'm going to write that in.
So then I have to get the one last one, which is your relationship aspect. So I would like to ask someone else to tell me and tell us all how Jacqueline saved you, either literally or metaphorically. Who did Jacqueline save? And what was that circumstance?
Jacqueline, you said you, at least right now, Jacqueline kind of smuggles people in and out of places, right?
Yeah, by and large, getting people out of France should they desire. So there's two main routes that she operates, and these are in fact historical routes. There's one that goes towards Normandy and then crosses the channel to go to Dartmouth. And then there's a longer, more dangerous one, which I was told in the context of this story has been disrupted, but it's building up again. This is known as the, in English, the Comet route, which goes down through the Iberian Peninsula and then to Gibraltar, which, you know, technically British territory.
Walking across mountains and all of that.
Yeah, it's not a fun time, but it'll get you out of France.
It takes about a month and all that. It's a slow route. So why do you ask, Drac?
Yeah, so you missed this, Balrog, but Emenica Monroe, he was a prisoner of war and was actually rescued. And I had said it was by the Saints, but I could definitely see it having been by Jacqueline. Well, at least Jacqueline and the connection she has.
Getting him out at least, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how did that happen? How did she get you out? What happened? So you're in a prisoner of war camp.
Yeah.
And maybe the Saints actually get you out of that camp, but how does she come in here? What is the story where she comes and helps you?
Because I don't want to assume too much about Jacqueline, but
assume away, and if you're wrong, I'll let you know.
Okay.
But I already like the way everyone's mind works, so most likely I'll just incorporate it in.
So I'm thinking like so I don't think like Jacqueline was near the camp or anything like that, but I think maybe word got out of a like huge break or rescue due to the Saints. And I can very easily imagine this being like very polar opposite of who Jacqueline is. Jacqueline's like they said, nothing new under the sun, whereas the Saints were like very optimistic. So they probably broke them out without thinking too much ahead.
Yeah.
Like they were like, okay, you're out. Okay, we're not entirely sure what to do now. So I can only see
Yeah.
Jacqueline being like, oh, God, I mean, they're clients.
Yeah.
I guess I can get something out of this. Again, I don't want to seem, but from the quotation mark you put around, they're realizing that there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
I feel like maybe even deep down, Jacqueline thinks there is some kind of good they can do. So I feel like they probably told themselves, they're clients, I should help clients out. But they were like, really, they're like, I have the opportunity to help these people, so I'm going to do it. So I think he probably like swooped in where the Saints hadn't really planned much further than that initial break.
That would be pretty early. Go ahead.
Yeah, that would be.
Probably when you were still a bit more idealistic, right?
I was gonna say we don't have a super clear timeline, but this would be probably around a time where that sort of story would be the sort of thing that immediately spurs Jacqueline to action. She thinks, okay, these people, a lot of these people need my help.
Yeah.
At the same time, oh God, I'm already making this a terrible person.
Because it's 42 now, and he was a POW probably around 40, right? So very early. So this is probably quite early. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So there's getting you out would have been one of those. Yes, absolutely. We got to do this. Yeah. I'm gonna, immediately get my resources going. Find a place to hide you. Find a place to get you across.
Yeah.
Would you have come back to France as part of an SOE operation?
Yep.
Was that?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, absolutely. Then you would have gone to Dartmouth. But even a big break like that, as far as I'm understanding from the concept of quite a few people suddenly going missing, getting freed, would have been noticed.
Mm-hmm.
And which means in some way, well, people are going to be looking for them. And those people are best slowed down by tossing a few breadcrumbs.
Yeah, yeah. Ooh.
And I think even early on, Jacqueline would have made it very clear that you cannot rescue all of these people.
Yeah.
Someone needs to get caught so that the rest can escape.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm trying to decide whether or not that would have been communicated to the others, or this would have been sort of the start of.
I imagine you didn't tell them. I imagine you didn't. Because can you trust them with that information?
Yeah. See, that's the struggle, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. But that also means that you two know each other for quite some time. Like you knew. Emenike, you knew Jacqueline when she was still quite idealistic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you would see a change when you come back eventually, and you see who she's become now, and also just even the basic fact that she's not an active member of the resistance anymore, just kind of an acquaintance. Yeah. I think honestly, I want to say that Jacqueline would have mentioned before setting the escape into motion that it's probably not going to be possible to save everyone.
Mm-hmm.
And if that statement was met with, no, we have to try, that's when she would have gone behind their backs and arranged a small sacrifice. But if people were in agreement that, okay, maybe we can't just save everyone all the time, then at least you would all have an inkling of the pragmatism behind the pragmatism that drives Jacqueline's survival.
Yeah.
Okay. So then this leads me to the question to you, Diane. What, with that story said, what aspect does that evoke for you out of that story? And this is your relationship, right? You think about that relationship you have with Emenike there, where you saved Emenike.
I hate to dig into cliches.
Cliches are never bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. Let me ask you. Okay, let me follow up that question with a different question, as the saying goes. would Emenike, do you think Emenike would be aware, just, on a base level, that if certain people didn't make it, that maybe Jacqueline had something to do with it?
I think no. I don't think he is.
His trouble is that he's very idealistic.
Yeah, painfully idealistic.
Okay.
I love the fact that perhaps you were both idealistic once at some point in time together. Yeah.
Yeah, there was probably this like that combined firing each other up. The moment you hear about something. Yeah. In that case, I don't know what to call it, but basically the notion of not wanting to fail Emenike again.
Ooh.
But trying to reconcile that with the pragmatism of survival.
No choice.
I don't know what to call it.
That's a good one.
That's a tough one. I know what you mean, but yeah, I can't think of a sentence.
It can be something. It can even be like a sentence like, "I won't fail Emenike again," right? Like that can even be that aspect. That is also.
I think I'm just going to modify that a tiny bit and say I don't want to fail Emenike.
Yes, I think that's good.
Yeah.
And so we have just a few minutes before the break, and this is how we're going to do it. It is about noon at this moment. We have Jacqueline at a cafe seated. We have Amélie walking away from where she was working towards the cathedral. Inside of this compound, we have Emenike, who's doing some marking, and we have Sister Bernadette, and they are working. And both of you who are on the outside, on the streets, you see fire trucks zoom by. There's some sort of fire somewhere. Something is happening. And then, of course, you see the trucks, the military trucks, and you see trucks full of soldiers zooming by as well. Something is happening. Something probably not so great.
Wonder what it could be.
Amélie, you see Jacqueline, who you know from associated with the cell, sitting at this cafe with a client as all of these soldiers and trucks are off in a hurry, rushing out somewhere. And you can see sort of an increased military presence making itself known. What do you do? What do you two do in this moment?
Amélie notes Jacqueline's presence, but probably has a fairly decent idea of what Jacqueline does, at least for business-wise, a little bit here and there, because how else do we get some of our criminal contacts, maybe? And decides not to do the obvious make eye contact thing, because that's not ideal. So instead she does her best to look like a concerned French citizen, like, oh dear, which she is concerned, because she's like, that's a lot of fire trucks. Fires are real bad in this city. And I think she picks up her pace maybe a bit to hurry towards the church.
Do you make eye contact at all with her in passing?
Just a glance, no intense eye contact, like an acknowledgement of like, I see you here.
There are people.
Yeah, maybe making eye contact with a couple other people, like as people do when they see an alarming, concerning thing go by. They're like, they look at each other like, oh, did you see that too? But one of those people that she makes eye contact with is Jacqueline.
Jacqueline.
The moment there's any increase of authorities, quietly settle the bill and get up to go. The eye contact with Amelie is noted, and she'll linger a little bit, wait for Amelie to just get ahead a ways, get out of, get around a corner or something, exchange a quick word with some bystanders, so some way to ensure an alibi, and just say, just say that, she'd better go back to her apartment, make sure that one hasn't burned down. It's in insert location in the city here. I don't know where that fire is, but it seems awfully close to my place down that direction. Just so someone has an idea that she's maybe going a completely different place, but will then make her way over to the church. Mm-hmm. Discreetly.
Can I get from you a roll, if you don't mind?
What if I mind?
Well, then you don't have to have a roll, but I'm giving you an opportunity. So
Yes.
One thing that you should decide at right now is what your top 2 skills are if you don't have your full skill complement.
I've already got my skills set.
Perfect. This is a discover action, which is to find out information, because you're, trying to find out if people know what's going on. It sounds to me like you're doing that through either deception or rapport. Do you have a choice?
Rapport is generally Jacqueline's go-to. She prefers not to have to lie. She prefers to build on basically build trust, build some sort of, look at me.
Yeah.
I'm your average French citizen. I'm just trying to do what's good.
Absolutely.
We can talk.
Will you please roll me your rapport? It's a difficulty of 2. It is not so difficult.
Aha!
So that is a 1, so you are missing it by 1. Would you like to spend a fate point, or would you like to succeed at a major cost? Or would you like to take the fail, in which case I get to ask you a question? Bad guys get to ask you a question. You don't get to ask a question.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Honestly, let's start this off strong with a failure.
All right, then. There are people out there who have questions. Mm-hmm. And I'm going to ask a question that is a rapport question, because it's a rapport question. Somebody's rapporting out there that wants to find information about you. All right. If I wanted to find people movers, smugglers, where do they congregate? Like, what locations are places to find such people? Like parties, cafes, where, if I were wanting to do an undercover operation, for example, or find people who do those things, where might I, if I were Gestapo, for example, where might I find them? What are good targets?
Basement cafes / music clubs. Absolutely, those are popular gathering spots where people do exactly what Jacqueline was doing in the cafe.
Do you have a favorite?
Gosh. I'm gonna shoot myself in both feet once again. Apparently I'm just great at that today. Another way to go about this, and this is something that Jacqueline does engage in frequently, is to go to sort of like an open air market, bazaar sort of thing, because in a conversation if you're already making deals, then this is a natural way to work in haggling over prices, amounts, where you can easily discuss, you can be talking about, oh no, I need 20 oranges delivered to my place, so, and then you haggle over the price. And if someone were to listen in very closely, then they might realize that, say, 1,000 francs for a pair of oranges is a little steep.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. The Gestapo will note that. Thank you. Meanwhile, back at the church, a man walks in to this church. Post officer. It's about that time to deliver packages. Tall, thin fellow, a bit older, graying, with a terribly awful scar on his face. Looks like he got hit with a broken bottle, cut up pretty badly, and then it did not heal well. But other than that, fairly sort of like a sort of good postman. And he walks in to the church because he has things to deliver, and he sort of looks about. And when he walks in, who would he see first? I imagine Sister Bernadette. Is that so? She's in the back.
I'll say Eminique would probably be down there at this point.
So in this walks this fellow, and you know him. He is one of your SOE contacts. He is basically a larger handler. He is the person who, if you have information that needs to, you all don't have a radio operator. So if you have information that needs to be sent out, he will get it from you and then take it off to somebody else who's a radio operator, somebody else in the city. If you have requests from London that you need, he will get those out. If he has information for you, he will get them to you. So he's the person who he's one of the few people who knows all the different cells in the city. And you don't know any of the other cells, but he tends to, that he knows most of them, and he's the person that will get you in and out of contact with London if you need supplies or if you have information, if they have missions for you or back and forth. And he tends to come in every Monday to the church to sort of meet up with you to see what's happening, sort of check in if you have info for him and vice versa. And he comes in with his bag, and his name is codename Falstaff, is what he goes by. And he sort of comes in, and he knows that there's probably going to be a space where you all can meet, and he's going to sort of note, not really, just kind of just nod as he passes by, and takes his bag most likely to a place where it would have been set up that that you would probably meet up with him as a group, and he's going to take sort of a package, right, with him towards this space. Sister Bernadette, where would this place be?
This place would be somewhere under lock and key. So in big cathedrals, you have these gates, and in these gates you have burials of important saints, people, dignitaries, things like that.
Reliquaries
and
all
so
that.
Yeah, and they're layered as well. So that would probably be somewhere behind there. Somewhere out of the way, a very, obscure saint that no one's really even heard of or even really visits anymore.
That's so sad, but yes, these places are cavernous. And he makes his way there, waiting for you to arrive, knowing that it's about that time that he figured that you would sort of make it there. And he's going to be there waiting for you all.
Yep, and then I would make my way over there with, the keys tied to my belt. I unlock the gate. Look around first, make sure no one's really paying attention.
And in case you want to know what he looks like, this is him here. This fellow with the top hat. Our Falstaff, our connector, as it were. He because there are not that many radio operators in the area, so he's one of those people that does that for you. And so once you sort of open the gate, he goes in French. He goes, sister, and he has this sort of box with him that he sort of that has like it is addressed to the church, and he sort of walks into this sort of corner space, and he leans up, right, places this sort of little box down, and he's waiting for the rest of you to arrive. I believe Mr. Monroe would hit there before the rest of our two.
Yeah, so I think when Falstaff originally walked past, Emily was probably like at the pews kneeling, at the very least appearing like they're praying, whether or not they actually are, who really knows, and definitely like waits a beat, like for a moment before getting up to then join Falstaff at the meeting place.
Oh, he looks at his watch. He's got a pocket watch. I imagine the other two will be here shortly.
I hope so, at the very least. I hope you're doing well.
Oh, well, I could be better. I hope you all are doing well. I have something for you all, but I imagine
it's probably best.
This is probably about the time when Amelie would arrive.
Mm-hmm. Dude, coming quickly.
Oh.
Sorry, I appear to be late.
No, it's all right. Will we be having our dear friend with us this time?
Believe so.
Ah, good. She doesn't always arrive.
Not long behind me.
Good. I'm glad to hear it. She'll be especially useful at this point in time, I think.
Okay.
And I think this will be about the time when Jacqueline arrives. So, first things first. Do you have any information for me? By the way, here's and he hands this to Sister Bernadette, a box of Bibles, if you don't mind.
Merci.
Mm-hmm.
I will make sure Mother Superior gets them.
Yes, you should especially check them out. There'll be useful things in there for you. The good book, as it were. Things that might be especially useful coming up, I think. So, do you have any information for me that you would like me to relay home?
I don't believe I have come across any information. Emily, you most likely don't want to come across more useful information. I am. Have you heard of anything?
Fortunately, nothing recently new. There is apparently there was a fire going on in a certain large fire. There's I counted 3, 4 fire trucks on my way here. So that is very fresh news in the city, one might say.
We should find out what that's about. Indeed, we should. Oh, Sparrow. Good afternoon.
Oh, stuff.
Yes, we're looking for. I'm here to collect any information you might have for me to pass along back home.
Before we talk anymore, should we perhaps move to a little more quiet location?
And you're in like kind of basically kind of a crypt area that is pretty remote. Yeah.
I thought we were still in the pews.
No, you're off in like the sort of like a crypt area.
Thinking, oh come on, let's get out of here.
Side space. Yes. So anything useful?
Not concerning goings on of today. Just I might have a few names for you later.
Ah, good. Sister? Yeah. All right. You sure?
Oui.
All right then. I have some information for you. Something that I think, is actually quite useful for you, and it's a bit of a... Well, we're on a bit of a time crunch, I must say. I have just gotten word. There are... Well, how do I put this exactly? Some children. A bit tricky, this one, because I don't quite know where they are. I have been told from a contact that there's a group of 6 children. These are, refugees from, as far as I understand, the East, Poland, I think. But importantly, this is a mixed group of children. Some of them are Jewish, but at least one of them is, the daughter of a Polish noble. A Polish noble who's currently, captured, probably being tortured right now somewhere in Poland. But this fellow was able to get these children out of Poland before his capture. I'm sure it's not great. But my understanding is that these children have been sent this way, and my understanding is that they are in Paris at this point in time, but I'm not quite certain where. I just found out through word of mouth and all that. But my understanding is also that because he's being tortured, that it's entirely possible that the Jerrys might know about these children as well. I'm asking you all to see if you can find them and get them out before the Jerrys can. If they could find these children, it would be quite a coup. I'm not certain, but my understanding is that these children are probably not empty-handed. They most likely have maps or information. Something like this would be quite useful back to Baker Street back home. I just found this out through a radio broadcast, but sort of going along the line. So there are, in some ways, somehow getting into the city today, some sort of children, including an important Polish noble, and I'm going to task you to find them, and well, you're the best ones to get them out if you can. So, thoughts?
Yes, of course.
What I can tell you is there's 6 of them. What I can also tell you is they don't have supervision. So you're looking for 6 children without an adult. That they are also, all of them Polish. The noble will probably have good French, hopefully. It's a lingua franca, after all. Some well-cultured meaning, but I'm not quite certain what else is going on with them. I don't know. The last I heard, that they were being travelled on with, trucks and all that, but I'm not quite sure how they're getting past check marks and all that. So, yes.
Question first off. If you
Of course.
indulge me. 6 children?
Yes.
No adults?
No.
Have you any indication as to who is aiding them into this?
Yes.
Perhaps someone I could contact and find out more from my own little channels.
Well, that's a bit of the problem, isn't it? The people that I heard from were, carry them along a bit of the way, isn't it? The people I knew were in Alsace, so they had actually, the last I'd heard, they'd come through one of these occupied zones up that way. So that I think they were coming through, somehow they made it through, probably Italy, southern Germany somehow. So I know a cell that was up there in Alsace that helped them down this way, but that's the last I heard. They are not going through the Comet line, or any of the sort of traditional lines. They're probably being helped, I don't know, by some sort of civilians, perhaps, some kind-hearted person. That's the last I was able to track them. I got that word myself, actually just quite recently, from one of our operators, that they had these children and handed them off, and that they should be arriving today as far as they know, and the children are apparently somewhat willful, not trusting. They didn't really want to take an escort up there. They didn't actually have the ability to do so. They didn't have any free agents. So the children had to go on their own. So,
Yes, well, one wonders why right now trust is so hard to come by, eh?
Yes. All I know is that these children probably have quite a bit of important information, especially, there's been disturbing word out of Poland recently, and they most likely have information that will be really important to the war effort. And also, we do not want this nobleman's child to be captured. That would be terrible, actually.
If you all don't mind, I think I'm going to get going and have a wander around town, maybe stroll down the bazaar. See if I hear about any new exciting goods.
Yes. All I can say, if you want thoughts, police, border patrol, so perhaps that.
Do these children have any papers?
That's a good question. My understanding is they were given some by the Celp and Alsace. That was what Alsace could do, was give them some sort of papers. But I
You know
don't...
how many there's 6 children total, one of them is a daughter. Do you know how many of them are boys and girls? Aside from that, so we can be more specific and clearly.
Ah, yes. Good question. My understanding is there's an older boy who's the son of the nobleman, probably 14 or so, ish. And my understanding there's a girl who's also about that age, 14 or so. And then there are 4 smaller children who are about 12, 10, 11, 12, that sort of age range. My understanding is there was 1 boy, 2 girls, and a 4th child who they did not actually say one way or the other. So there's 3 girls, 2 boys, and 1 that was unclear to me in the paperwork.
He had fit.
Yes. Now I would say that it's the problem is that getting out of that Alsace is actually there's pretty much a no-go. There's no sort of travel in and out. So whatever papers they have most likely was not going to help them there. They must have been smuggled out or snuck out in some sort of a way. Hopefully the papers have got them into Paris at least. Well, I'm not quite certain how they're going to make it, how they manage it, but my understanding is they should be here and we have to find them before the Germans do.
Yes, Jacqueline, you are most likely best to at least get in contact with other smugglers.
If you are not opposed, I'm going to say au revoir. I'll see you later, and perhaps I shall return.
Listen.
What say we?
I assume they have money.
Perhaps?
I assume that's probably how they're moving themselves. If we have a son of a nobleman, but they most likely have all sorts of resources.
Money, jewelry,
yes,
other little valuables.
They're most likely gold, something like this. And that's probably how they're getting themselves across. But, there are a lot of people who would take advantage, especially with somebody who is a high-value target. So, if you could.
Yes.
I imagined, you're good at smuggling, you're good with children, and, well, who doesn't trust a nun? No. 5.
Can I open the box?
There's in the box, there are a number, there's like, let's say 12 Bibles, just all right there. They look very normal if you do not open them up.
I open them up.
Oh, inside you have a number of blank ID cards and blank, what do you call it? Ration cards, and also blank travel passes and a stamp. One of the current, because they change their stamps all the time.
Yeah, I do.
All the time, so that if you need to make fake IDs. And travel passes, that is what is in there for you. And they're in there because some of them look just fine, but a couple of bottom ones are hollowed out and have this sort of paperwork on the inside for you.
Yeah, and then as I open it, I say, Deuteronomy, my favorite.
Yes, I thought you'd find it quite. Well, I should get going. There's probably something that should be looked at. And he sort of thumbs his scar. No. And if there's nothing else you might need, I'll be on my way.
No. Stay
No,
safe,
monsieur.
Olsaf.
Good. Yes. Emily, you might want to check with
Oui?
your contacts. Children sometimes are prey to people who might take them in.
I was thinking I would investigate along those lines.
Yes. Well, I shall be off then. Take care, and I'll return somewhat later to see if you need anything. Yes?
First off, before you go,
Yes.
a word.
Oh, of course.
Jacqueline, if you just accompany him outside, just,
Yes.
quiet, casual conversation, leaving turn and say, "And you're sure they're coming to Paris? That they've not already been captured?"
No, I don't think so. I feel as if they had been captured, there'd be some sort of bragging about it.
There would be a wire or something.
Yes.
Just
It's important that these children don't fall into the hands of the Nazis.
understand.
They are.
I'll do my best.
Yes. My understanding is that I don't have all the information, but my understanding is that there are people who have a lot of money who might invest in the resistance and in the war effort who would not be happy if these children were captured. There's diplomacy involved.
Wait, I understand. Have you perhaps... let me make a request here of you. If you have old papers, perhaps plans, maps, names, out of date for us, perhaps not out of date for the Germans, or at least they're not aware of it, a distraction might be useful.
Well, I'll see what I can do.
You know where to live.
I will see what I can do. We're a bit pressed at the moment.
I understand. I'm going to go and perhaps relieve some of that.
One hopes. Well, au revoir. Then he tips his mail cap and walks out. And with that, we're going to go on break, everyone. It is a moment where you must ponder what to do about this. There are children somewhere in the city who are very important and need not to be captured. So, my friends, we have, before we head out, I want to give thanks to those who have given bits. Rissa has given bits 300, who said, "Welcome to our lovely guests." Hawkeye gave 90 bits, who said, "Oh, how sweet. Fresh meat for a trooper." Yeah, that would be, yep. Yes. So with that, we're going to take our 10-minute break. Please stay tuned, first off, for a message from our sponsors, everyone. Message from our sponsors.
This is London, the French speaking to the French. Before we begin, please listen to some personal messages. Gabrielle sends you her regards. The eyes are open. I repeat, the eyes are open. And now, a word from our sponsors. We give a special greetings to the bookkeeper, who has recently been promoted to one of the lead editors of the underground newspaper Défense de la France. The bookkeeper has been chronicling the triumphs of the resistance and the failures of the occupiers and collaborators for years. Without the dedication of the bookkeeper, the resistance wouldn't be able to have had the successes they've had. Thank you for your continued service, bookkeeper. Vive la résistance! Ici Londres, les Français parlent aux Français. Avant de débuter, écoutons quelques messages personnels. Gabriel vous envoie ses amitiés. Les yeux sont ouverts. Je répète, les yeux sont ouverts. Et maintenant, un mot de nos commanditaires. Nous voulons envoyer nos plus sincères salutations à The Bookkeeper, qui a récemment été promu éditeur en chef du journal clandestin Défense de la France. The Bookkeeper a ainsi fait la chronique des triomphes de la résistance et des échecs de l'occupant et de leurs collaborateurs pendant des années. Sans le dévouement de The Bookkeeper, la résistance n'aurait pu avoir eu le succès qu'elle connaît. Merci, Bookkeeper, pour vos bons et loyaux services. Vive la résistance!
You can't do business with Hitler. We are now at war. There are but two alternatives: total victory or total defeat. There can be no such thing as a military stalemate that would result in the survival of Hitlerism. That is the opinion of a man who knows. Douglas Miller, for 15 years, commercial attaché to the American Embassy in Berlin.
Presenting a radio series entitled, You Can't Do Business with Hitler.
Episode 10, The Pagan God. Douglas Miller speaking. You here in the United States are familiar with the propaganda Hitler has been spreading throughout South America, claiming that he champions Christianity. But what are the facts? If Hitler finally succeeds in breaking the back of Europe, the occupied countries as well as the Germans will have a new religion thrust upon them. Hitler wants the German God of the future to be the German state, the race, with Hitler deified as its prophet, to hypnotize both the Germans and the occupied countries into acceptance of Nazism. Already there's a deliberate, systematic attempt by Nazi leaders to glorify Hitler. Foremost of these leaders is Alfred Rosenberg, an excommunicated Catholic who, with fanatical hatred for the Pope, was determined as long ago as 1935 to destroy Christianity and replace it with the religion of National Socialism. One night in Berlin in 1935, Rosenberg sat in his office awaiting a visitor, Walter Darrah, Minister of Agriculture.
Oh, you're back, Dar. How did it go? Did you see him?
Yes, I saw him out and I just got lost.
Well, did you tell him?
Oh, he was in one of his moods.
Oh.
We spoke for hours. We listened. Well, you know him. He did some subject like an intellectual mountain goat. He was worried.
I should have been there. What worried him?
He wondered whether we are strong enough to control the masses for 1,000 years.
Did you tell him my plans?
He kept interrupting.
I'll see him. I'll tell him. He'll listen.
He wouldn't listen to me.
Of course not. You have no selling power.
Oh, you think you can tell him such an idea?
Remember his ego. Who would turn down such a flattering conception of divine immortality? Think of it. Farewell to the old Jewish God and the Son of God. Hitler is the new God. The party will destroy the Christian belief imported into Germany 1,200 years ago.
Will the masses believe even the Führer to that extent?
Listen, my dear stupid the masses will believe anything if you make the lie big enough. Hitler will disappear in the wilderness.
Hitler?
Go on and laugh. I know my people, my Germans. You will borrow from the New Testament. Hitler will disappear. He will become a saintly legend.
Yes. The 20th century, John the Baptist. Yes.
Could do it.
You know.
Yes. But then he will reappear from the sacred mountain, bearing the new tablets of commandments. I've already written them down.
You think of everything.
Of course, that's why I've lasted so long. Now then, after this last miraculous act, he must disappear forever.
Hitler's resurrection and ascendance.
For the mass of the faithful, he will end in mystery, which will begin my religion of the state, of Hitler, the one and only God.
Did you put it? I could almost be convinced myself.
You don't matter, the people do. The Reich will be forever established as a divine revelation.
Yes. The revelation.
I've written those two, I think of everything. Listen. We of the German state want faith which flames out of the depths of the German nature and out of German heart. For thine is the kingdom, the power forever. I have it.
What a trick to play on God. And on January 2nd, 1942, as if to fulfill Rosenberg's wish, came the publication in the New York Times of Rosenberg's 30 points for the establishment of a Nazi religion and the organized systematic destruction of Christianity. For a few cents, you may examine these 30 points yourself. Merely write for the New York Times, January 2nd, 1942. The scene, which you just heard, can be verified by reading Herman Rothnick's authoritative book, The Voice of Destruction. Don't get the idea that the religion of National Socialism is a fantastic dream. It is already being put into effect. Already by 1935, there was a deliberate, systematic attempt on the part of other Nazi leaders to glorify Hitler, to force the great masses of Europe to worship him as semi-divine. Oh, there you are, Mother. Where have you been?
To church, horse? Bye.
To church, always to church.
It is Sunday.
Sunday. The bells ring like a herd following the bell cow. You go running. You best close your money, everything you save for Sunday. Don't be harsh, horse. She's your mother. Church, always church.
I don't know you anymore. I don't want to stay in the same room with you. Thank God Ernst believes.
Greta.
No, I'm going home. I won't listen to him go on that way.
Greta, don't cry. There's no use carrying on this way. All the fun.
Sir, Mother's in there crying.
My sentimental little brother. Don't worry about it. What are you dressed up for?
I'm going to choir practice.
Well, then you better hurry.
Goodbye, horse.
Goodbye. Oh, Ernst. Before you go, what do you think of this? I just got it.
A Ruger.
Yeah, 45 caliber. The district leader gave it to all Hitler youth in this block. We're going on a hike today to try them out. Too bad you're going to choir practice because, well, maybe I could take you along then.
Oh, they wouldn't permit me to go. I'm only 10.
The district leader will let me take you. He thinks it's a good idea to take a youngster along occasionally. But of course, you have to go to choir practice.
Oh, I don't really have to go.
What would God say, little Ernst?
Would you let me shoot the gun?
Yeah. If Führer wants every one of us to be a marksman, I'll show you how to hit the bullseye.
Then let's hurry, horse, before Mother sees me.
And we can do this every Sunday, Ernst. You know, Ernst, God is strange. And the only strange lies in the Führer. You must believe that with all your heart.
I could have sworn I heard his voice.
You must have gone to choir practice.
Yeah. Well, it is good to know that at least one of our sons is being brought up in the church of truth.
Unbelievable? Need proof? Then turn to page 499 of the Catholic manual entitled The Persecution of the Catholic Church in the Third Reich, written by a German Catholic in Germany and translated from the German. There you will discover hundreds of incidents just like the one you've heard. Obviously, this is the beginning of a new idolatry. There is to be a new God, Germany, and Hitler is to be its prophet. Incredible? No. Already a large number of temples have been erected to take the place of Christian churches. They usually consist of a semicircle of pillars standing naked under the sky with a bust of Adolf Hitler in the center. The swastika has been replaced as a church symbol. Here are performed the newly invented services of Nazi religion, Nazi burial, and Nazi christening. Hitler wasn't fooling when he said,
I promise you that I will destroy the church in a few years. One push and the whole structure will collapse. I guarantee that the old beliefs, the pagan gods, will be brought back to honor again with myself and their head.
Are we late for the baptism, Johannes?
No, we are early. They have not come yet.
I don't like. Cemeteries scare me.
No.
Oh, baby, no, don't cry.
I don't like walking on the dead.
Oh, I remember in church, years ago, when I was a girl, with the organ playing, I felt like a human being then. Baptism in a cemetery. It chilled me.
No, don't talk like that, Anna. Maybe we shall be heard.
It's so much death for a little one who has just come to know life. And it's where we are reminded like our religion of death.
No, it wouldn't be so bad if the temple had walls. Then we would not have to look out. But there's nothing. Only his statue and those stones.
Stones are what?
Yeah. Oh, look, Anna, there they come. Party leader Lem, the burgomaster, the brigade leader. I hope the baby does not cry.
Oh, very good reason. I can't forget the gravestone.
Rudiger, you are early.
Yeah, but we forgot the time.
Excitement, eh? Well, it is not every child who has been christened in the temple. Under the watchful eye of our sacred war dead. I'll hit them.
I'll hit them.
Shall we begin with the solemn conferring of the name immediately? Herr Rudiger, will you stand there on the dais?
Yeah.
The woman on his left. The brigade leader will hold the child. Burgomaster, you will stand opposite me. Now, in the name of the Führer, who is ever present in the sight of our honored state, you little life are the next step of our race into the future. What is the word?
Germany.
Guard your blood in order that those who come after you may thank you. What is the symbol?
The swastika.
God is only in pure blood. I am pure Aryan.
I am pure Aryan.
Awaken when you have found the gate to your deepest yearning. There is only one leader.
There is only one leader.
Sponsored by the army, consecrated to death for the fatherland, dedicated to death for the leader, you are called Wolf. Wolf Radiga.
And welcome back, everybody. Welcome back to the second part of episode 6 of City of Light and Shadow, a Fate French Resistance campaign, where we have a brand new cell, the Saints, who have just been given a mission from Falstaff, their handler, who is, a bit of a upper crust Brit who went to Cambridge and is a handler down here now. And he has heard from one of a different cell, has been passed along him on radio, that there is a bit of a convoy of 6 children, one of whom is a Polish noble, and some of the others are Jewish, and some of whom are related to people with a lot of money who, whether or not they donate to, whether or not they donate lots of money or not and support or not, is going to be about whether these people are able to be saved, rescued, and not go missing. You know what I mean? Now, I will say, just a thing to ponder, that our heroes have got to figure out how to do this. And I'm going to let them have a conversation about it at this moment before I throw things at them. Please. Go ahead.
So I think Jacqueline has already stepped out to do their thing, right? Or would it be?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I can. I guess I probably need to ask this above game then first. Do the orphans and the orphanage, do they like leave the orphanage at all? Like not just like leave as in get adopted, but also just leave in general to like walk around and just be. I don't know how open or safe that would be for them. So I guess I need to ask that up front first.
What, like they do in Madeline?
Yes, like in Madeline.
Honestly, yeah, like that.
Yes, that's exactly what I was thinking.
By the way, I just want you to know that I'm giving you an aspect token that I'm putting on the board for you, and I'm going to call it what do you call it? Like passport fixins.
Oh, nice. Passport fixins. Love those.
Right? So you have
good fixins.
Yeah, you got some things from some support from London. Some passport fixins is what you got, with a free invoke on it. So that's like it's like a free. It's like you don't have to spend a fate point. You got one free invoke on that one from London for you. So if you need those things, you have them. Yes, I think we have to ask Sister Bernadette about that. I imagine those kids do not just go out by themselves, though. They probably have to have supervision.
And then 2 straight lines.
Yeah, 2 straight lines.
Yes, all in a row.
Yeah, we would take them out for, some exercise, when it's safe. Not when bombings or anything untoward happens.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yes. I feel like you have a plan. I feel like you have a plan.
Sort of.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I don't think MNEK. He tries not to go out too often, because he's the last person that he wants to be like noticed. It's going to be very hard to talk out of being once a prisoner who escaped. So I think he's probably going to talk to the children that he teaches and just ask like, have you been out and seen just children wandering around, or where would they likely just, if they had free reign, where would they likely go to? And I guess ask for a child's perspective in this situation, since we're looking for children.
Oh, I see. So here's what's what, my friend. Absolutely. That feels like a rapport to me. But I want to show you something. Would you like to see something? Say yes.
Yeah.
Yes?
Uh-huh.
I'm worried.
You should be.
Oh no. No.
This is going to be a contest.
Fuck.
All of
We have
this.
to find the kids first. Oh boy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh man. Yep.
Oh,
And this is going to
nuts.
be a faction level contest.
Oh no.
Mhm.
That's even worse.
Mhm. But all of your rolls will hopefully get you stuff that you can use to help your faction move. Whoever gets 3 more successes than the other first gets those children.
Fuck. Okay. Yeah.
So, I'm just letting you know that this is here for you. Just at this moment, you're all going to do your stuff, but I want you to know that there is a kind of a clock ticking. So, just so you know it, why don't I start? That seems fun. While you're here, I'm just going to go, and I'm going to have, where are they? Here they are. I'm just going to go and have the Gestapo, the SS, just go and do a little bit of investigation to see if they can find some of these children. I'm gonna go roll an intelligence. Right now, the difficulty is a 2, and I would like you to note that is a faction level difficulty. This what's very cool about Fate is it can do scale. So a faction is 1 level above like individuals. So like basically what is a 2 for a faction is a 6 for an individual. And right, so it's kind of cool. So you can have like big bombs and whatnot. So I'm just gonna hit this intelligence roll to see how they're doing this time around as they're looking for these children. They don't get any bonuses at the moment. They rolled a fair, so that's a tie. Ooh, they need to get their friends to get in on this one, clearly. They are going to have to spend... I have to spend one of my fate points to figure this out, because they would like to get a success here. That would be very nice for them. So they're going to use... their free aspect. They have informants everywhere. I will spend one of my fate points to bring that up to a 4, which means they get 1 success, which means they have 1 success in their journey to try to find these children. Just so you know, they've got people out on the streets looking, and that's just for you to know, just out there for you at the moment. So you go up to your kids, right? And one of your kids is he's probably from Martinique. And he goes, Monsieur Monroe? Oui? What?
Yes, so I've been marking all of your tests, and I wanted to take all of you to a nice place as a reward, because you've all been doing really, really well. And I just wanted to ask, because as you know, I'm an old man.
You are
so
old.
I just want to know...
You are very old.
I know, I'm getting a bit of... I actually noticed I'm getting some grey hairs in a bit. Honestly, I'm flattered that you think I'm that young.
Oh. And like some other kids titter in the background. You're like, oh, he's so old.
Can Amelie assist with this by being like practically a living relic? like just like you, because you like getting them in on a good mood, being good sports.
I just wanted to know, where would you like to go? I know when we go out for walks, it tends to be very dull, I understand with how things are. We don't have much options, but with the options we have, where would you like to go?
I'm gonna need a rapport roll from you.
Okay.
I'll get a +1 for me helping though, because I too have the rapport skill. So if Sister Bernadette had the rapport skill and wanted to assist in this as well, she could aid with a +1. Nope. Okay.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah. So do I just put a 1, or do I put a +1?
Just put a 1.
+1. Okay.
Oh.
5.
Well, my friend. So this is a discover action, which is to find information. And when you do a discover action, you can ask a question that is related to the skill that you used. If you succeed with style, which is by 3 or more, which you did, because these kids are not, you got the help, and the kids are like not hard to charm, because you're the teacher after all. So you actually have succeeded with style, which means you can either ask 2 questions or ask a question and get a boost, which will give you a +2 for later. So the kids look at you and they're like, well, the velodrome is pretty exciting. I think they have sometimes bicycle races there, and also sometimes they have events there. That would be fun. It's very big. It would be exciting to see it. Sometimes they have ice skating there too, but they don't have it now because it's not winter, but that's fun.
Okay. I'll talk to Sister Bernadette and see if we can make that happen.
Really?
Yes, of course. You've all been doing incredible. The improvement I've seen in your maths has been great, and I'm always about rewarding our students.
Okay. Also, what was it like, for you?
What do you mean?
Well, what was life like before electricity?
It was very dark. Used lots of candles.
Oh.
Yes.
I don't have parents anymore. They died. They were killed in a bombing. but I'm from Martinique, and it's warm there, and it's very nice. And if you wanted, I could take you to the island there when I grow up and get to leave here, and then you could die there on a very nice place.
I would love that. I would truly love that. Thank you for the offer. I will definitely take that into consideration.
Because if you die at the island, then everything is good. That's what my parents would say. You have to die at home. What?
I look forward to you taking me there. I haven't been around very much. I think I'll quite enjoy it.
I haven't been there. I was only very small when I went and I came here. And Paris is beautiful and everything, all the lights, but there's so much bombing, you know?
It'll stop soon, and you'll be able to go back home.
Okay.
Now, go study. We're going to have another exam tomorrow, so I want you to... We have to exercise the brain, and there's a whole other subject we need to cover. We have geometry next, okay?
Okay. Amelie? Do you think he's so old that he will forget about the test?
Depending on how his day goes, it's a distinct possibility.
Has anyone seen... I think Emily hears and goes, has anyone seen my glasses? And he's like, definitely has them on his head.
And then the kids titter like... Stir?
Yes.
On your
have you seen...
head?
Oh, I'm always forgetting these.
And the kids are like, can we, is lunchtime, can we take a break? We want to play football.
Of course, yes, go have fun.
And like the kid sort of goes and he gets some of the other, there's like a bunch of orphans, and it's, a lot of these orphans are, I mean, there are a number of orphans who are Armenian, from colonies. There are technically, officially no Jewish orphans here. There are North African orphans here. Some of whom might be North African, some of whom might just be Jewish. And there are a couple of like also Roma orphans here. There's some Czech, right? There are a couple like, got a kind of a mix of orphans in this place who are here because it's kind of a safe place to be. And you can hear lots of different languages being spoken by these kids here and there running about. And they go off to this sort of the courtyard of this huge compound to play football, and they laugh. Yeah. I'm just going to give you a boost for that second one. We're going to call this boost...
Child's perspective?
Yes, we're going to call it child's perspective. Absolutely. Boom. You got it.
Thank you. Okay. Yeah, I would, I'm assuming like we're probably all doing our own things at the same time, yeah. So I'll eventually meet up with the rest of them to tell them what I learned.
Sister Bernadette.
Aside from, putting on a big cornet and wandering the streets.
Like a nun.
That's my only idea. Just physically looking for the children. I don't have any, connections or anything.
Well...
do you think connections with other nuns? Like, other parishes and churches? Because at the very least, I would definitely, probably beeline to a church if I'm in for a place that I don't recognize. At least when I was young. Maybe not so much now.
And Poland is also Catholic. So they would...
Yes.
Right? So that is also a possibility.
You gonna go undercover?
Oh, no. Yes, I am. Oh dear.
I think we were supposed to have none of that here.
Oh, look, this is becoming a habit. We have to break this habit of puns. We got to do that. You know.
I'm going to perish. I
No, it's Paris.
Oh.
Or parish.
Yes. Oh.
Well, you know what? I did actually take contacts and resources. Yes, I do have contacts and resources. I briefly forgot. Yeah, I go. You know, there are monks, there are vicars. Though they're not called vicars in France, they're called something else. But I hit up the clergy.
Now, I have a question for you before you do.
Yes.
Everybody here has a stunt, and you have
Okay.
not defined your stunts yet, but you can whenever you want to.
Okay.
And I'm going to just tell you what you can think about for stunts in case you want to do it. The two most common things you can do with a stunt is give yourself a +2 bonus automatically when doing a certain thing in a certain circumstance, right? So, for example, you could have a +2 in all of your discover actions when dealing with the clergy. Or you could have a +2 to deceive people, right? Like if you can bring your nunning into it, or if they're Catholic, right? Like you'd a +2 in all of your rapport rolls for Catholics or whatever. The other thing you can do that's pretty common is that you can replace one skill for another in a certain circumstance, right? Like because you are so nun-like, you can replace, and because people trust you, right? And people will confess to you. You can use empathy in place of deception or whatever. Like so, you can usually get a skill swap or get a +2 in something. So I'm just noting that is out there for all of you whenever you all might want to use it or define it.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Resources, contacts.
I would think contacts.
Now we do have phones, but you may not want to use the phone, considering that operators
Being
are
listened to.
listening. So maybe.
Well, I would probably use letters and all the many strapping children we have running around.
Absolutely. Sending off, right? Because you have a lot, right? Runners, right? Absolutely. Could I get a contacts roll from you? But before you roll it, do you have a specialization in your contacts? Because you can, if you like.
I didn't write one.
But you can.
Okay, then yes, it will be the Catholic contacts. specialization.
Absolutely. Please roll, if you would, your contacts, if you please.
Oh, clicky?
Yes, please.
Click.
And give yourself a +1 if you want.
It doesn't seem to work.
Why not?
I don't know.
Why not?
Still in edit mode.
No, I found it.
Okay.
Okay.
I found the problem.
I'm ready.
+1.
You are... Oh! So you rolled a 0, which is a mediocre, to find out information. So let's talk about what... Oh, no.
That didn't roll right.
That didn't roll right. I think you added a +1. Just add a 1. So re-roll if you would.
Okay, sorry.
If you have the plus mark, it messes it up. Then it's like sad business at that moment.
Sad business.
I think you would put a minus, but yes.
Yeah, minus works, but
Yeah.
you just do nothing for a positive. Yeah.
Okay.
So I saw that double plus,
Right.
and I was like, nope.
Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Did you? Yeah, you added a +1. Well, y'all are rolling too well for me right now. But that's fine. This is not a success with style, though, because to find out this information is a little bit more difficult. Let me ask you, what question would you like to ask that is related to things you can find from Catholic contacts?
I don't think I'd actually ask a question.
But you can, because you have just succeeded. What would you like to know?
I think I would put out an alert.
We do have an orphanage. Maybe there's some missing kids.
Yeah.
I think that sounds to me not like a discover action, but trying to create an advantage, which is so in Fate, you have a couple of different things you can do. You have 4 or 5 actions. Attack and defend are obvious, right? Although you can attack and defend with many different sorts of, like you can attack socially, physically, right? Defend. So those are the core 2. Obvious. You have overcome, which is to solve a problem, right? So like if you want to pick a lock, that's overcoming. Jump over a fence, that's overcoming. Convince someone of something, that's overcoming. Then you have create an advantage and discover. Discover is to find out information, including like secret aspects, that kind of thing. And that is what you use, and you can use any skill. It's just that what information you get will be based on what skill you use. If you use shoot for discover action, you'd find out things related to guns and shooting and that kind of thing. If you use contact, you get information that you get from knowing people. If you use resources, you'd probably be thinking like following the money, right? That kind of a thing. So creating an advantage is something that is unique to Fate, and it's very interesting. So as I said, everybody has these aspects, right? And those aspects are everywhere. And creating an advantage is creating an aspect that you put on something. You can put it on a person. You can put it on a situation. You can put it on, yourself, on your friends. And those aspects can be anything. Like if you decided to set the entire cathedral on fire, then you'd put the on fire aspect on the cathedral, and then it's there, and then it's on fire. You could give your friend give one of your friends you can give your team a pep talk and then have them be inspired, and they have the inspired aspect. You could maybe demoralize somebody else. You could you could do that, right? Or you could confuse them, or in this case, you put out an alert. And the thing about creating an aspect that's interesting, well, you can also, you can create an aspect, or you can actually just sort of, when you create an aspect, you get basically free invokes on them, which are like, each invoke is worth a +2. And you, by the way, get a 1 free invoke on this one. And we're going to say word on the street. Amber
Alert.
Amber Alert. That is what it is. Amber Alert. So, and this is the thing that's really important to know about these aspects. So this is here, you have a free invoke, and you can always, that's like, so if you need to make a roll where to help find this thing and you're down by 2, you can be like, I've got a free invoke on that. I'm going to spend that and I get that +2 on it. And you can, if you have an aspect that's already existing, you can roll to sort of put more invokes on that one for free, or on the ones that you have on your own. You can always sort of add, and the reason why this might be important is because you can only spend 1 fate point per aspect. But if you have 3 free invokes on it, you can spend all 3 of those, right? To sort of like pump yourself up. The other thing that might be important for you to note is that you can always spend a fate point for a reroll or a +2, but you can also spend a fate point to declare a story detail. But it has to be connected to an aspect, right? So as long as there's an aspect out there, you can spend a fate point to declare a story detail.
Okay.
Right? So for example, you're like, okay, what are our aspects right now? Amber Alert, I feel like at this point in time, I want to spend a fate point to say that, right, this, like, you can say a thing happens. So we have Child's Perspective and Amber Alert. We also have Hard Choices, Flashbacks, In the Spotlight, All Aboard, and all of your own personal ones, right? So if you have a personal aspect, you're like, yeah, I'm going to declare a story detail that I actually think that I know somebody, or this thing would happen here. So you can like do that to sort of create these moments based on these aspects. And you can also put aspects on your bad guys, for example, right? Like, or on the scene. I think in season 1, the resistance members actually changed all the street signs in Paris. They got all their like kids out there to like change the street signs, and so people who are not native to Paris got confused, and so they put Paris as a labyrinth as an aspect, so they could use that to like help themselves escape, make it hard for people to follow them, whatever you got going on. So I just want you to know that you now have Amber Alert as an aspect as you send out these messages calling all the dioceses to pay attention for any kind of missing kids or kids that might show up and have them contact you immediately. Jacqueline, what about you?
My own words.
More volume from you, if you could.
God.
Thank you.
Hang on, that's should be better now. Okay, so my own words are gonna come back to haunt me or guide me, both probably. Sitting down, casually having a coffee or such, that's not gonna work right now. This is a rapidly evolving situation. This is something that needs to be solved quickly, efficiently, and while subtlety and stealth will play a part, it is going to involve more risk. So Jacqueline is going to take a risk.
Tell me about this.
If Falstaff has no information on where or when these kids will show up in town.
As far as he knows, unless something has happened, they should be arriving now or have just arrived. Like today is the day that he figures from.
Yeah.
Right, but
it's, you know, even so, it's a big city.
Yeah.
So there is getting the word out among her usual contacts. That's going to be the first order of business. Just a casual sort of drop a line of, if there's information about a particular group of children, it's worth something to me, be that favors, goods, or possibly even just straight up money. That's not the risk. It's already a risk, but that's not the risk. The risk is that I believe I mentioned, I'm sure I mentioned to you that she might have favors on the other side as well. And especially given how she works and procuring with bribes or such some exit visas, or even just forged papers, or even just, you know, knowing which stamp to use at which time. There has to be a contact, I would not think among the Gestapo, but certainly among those who deal with like registries, documentation, that sort of thing. She would in fact disappear because she does not want any of this group knowing about it, and quietly make her way to one of her Nazi contacts, essentially. And the risk is she's going to lie. And she is going to find, I wish I had a name. I don't have a name, I'm sorry. She's going to find this contact. Let's just use the last name Huber.
Who's German military, one of the occupying military folks. Official.
What's an appropriate rank?
It's probably I'm thinking like a sergeant, you know, that kind of like mid-level.
Not high enough to require massive bribe, but low enough that so we'll say Sergeant Huber, and is going to simply just quietly drop a word of mentioning children, just basically, or, you know, assuming that it's available for the day. Sit down.
It's good to see you.
It's been a while. I think 2 weeks now.
Oh,
How is the ham?
Could be better. Could be better.
Everything could. I know it's not quite up to your standards from back home.
No.
But the technique here is, we're lacking in many things.
But I do not wish to insult the French cuisine. It is. It's good.
Thank you. I have a very small request, actually.
Yeah.
A dear friend of mine is, orphanages, of course, are working overtime right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I've come across information, or rather, a friend of mine has. There were some children who got lost along the road. They were part of a convoy that was supposed to come in early today.
Oh.
But it would appear that they've. Well, I think the children may have gone to play in a forest or something. It's. It is.
But
yes.
The thing is that marching in the forest is good for children. When I was younger, I was in the Wandervogel, and I would march all the time through the forest, and it's like scouting. It's
now I'm doing German. God, you infected me.
I started doing French. I was like, no, German. Yeah.
It's the fresh air, finding your ways. Well, it's actually quite good. I encourage it for many children. Yeah. However, when you're supposed to be part of a convoy, when you are moving as a group and somebody decides, oh no, now is the time for us to go and play.
Yeah.
So that's and so these children, we need to find them and perhaps instill a better sense of obedience.
All right, wait a minute, one moment. Can I get from you? Let me ask you: are you wanting to get an advantage, or are you wanting to get info?
I am wanting to get an advantage. Well, place an aspect, essentially. I want this person to be doing the work for me. I want to have them report to me, but I want it to be the false info of, these are just lost kids who need to be brought in.
Yeah. So this feels like a deceive.
Yeah, unfortunately, yes.
It does. Now, you had a stunt. I feel like your stunt could be that you get to get a bonus to persuade others to to put information aspects on people. If I would say, here's what I would say. How about your stunt is that you can use rapport rather than deceive when you're trying to put aspects on people when you're charming them, right? When you're like, yeah. Because it's a bit,
especially given the conversation we just had.
Absolutely. So I feel like your stunt should allow you to use rapport rather than deceive, because you do it in such a friendly sort of a way when you're trying to go and get people to basically be your eyes and ears. So give me that rapport, because I think that's a good stunt for you.
All right. Then.
Well, I don't know. Perhaps I can. It's possible. Good. I'm going to roll his will. See how that goes for him. Fair. You do beat him. And he says, well, okay, one moment. Let me get my... So is a convoy coming in? Do you know where it's coming from? What do you know?
Oh, God, I think it was from... was it Assas? I think it was Assas region.
Okay. Assas. And they'll be missing children, yeah?
Yeah, it's... oh, God, I don't know. I think it was maybe 5 or 6 of them.
5 or 6. Has the... I'm sorry, just...
Young enough they could get lost, old enough they should know better. You know the age?
Yeah. Just, sorry for the details so I can pay attention. Is the convoy already in, but the children are outside the city, or...?
Wait, that's the situation. The convoy has reached, by and large, an orphanage. It's one of the churches.
But they're missing the children.
Wait, and of course, it's difficult for us. You know the situation.
Yeah.
We cannot simply leave the city, go searching.
No, of course. This is
And we thought maybe if you, I thought, you have your skills. You're so good at keeping your lists here. You have such an organized system. I'm so jealous of that.
No, they are very efficient. No, we would not. I mean, listen. Again, no offense, but the German children would not just go running about like this. We have discipline, But I understand the French children sometimes don't have this discipline. It's all right.
It's, we are a little laissez-faire.
This is true.
A little too much, I think.
I think
we could stand to learn something.
Yeah. I have a question for you. I'm going to call this. We're going to call this Checkpoint Huber. No, his name is Charlie. Checkpoint Charlie. We're going to call this one Checkpoint Charlie.
Oh my God.
Yep.
So it's Karl Huber.
Yeah, Karl Huber. And Karl Huber he's got eyes out for you. Now, let me ask you this question. I know that you sometimes do favors for me. I was wondering if perhaps you might have some information for me, perhaps, that might be useful. I know sometimes you can give me a bit of a tip when somebody might be coming through the checkpoints who shouldn't be, and that gets me a little bit of a, and I get a win, and then I get perhaps promotion and such. Might you have some sort of tip for me, someone coming in or out, that I might want to be paying attention to, or perhaps someone coming in or out with goods that can be confiscated?
Oh, I see. Now you mention it. I'm actually awaiting a little bit of, shall we say, confidential information.
Mm-hmm.
I might have to come back for it later.
All right. So do this.
There's still a little bit of insecurity around this, but for the moment, I can say. Okay, now I'm gonna have to absolutely bullshit this.
Or
alternately,
I give you a fate point and you don't bullshit it, and you give him good information, and it is gonna screw over somebody.
So I was gonna ask if I could I potentially make a roll for this to know if I've got anything rattling around in the back of my head that I can just drop at the short notice?
Yes. You don't have to roll for it. Here's the thing. I'm going to offer you a compel.
Oh, shit.
So, this person wants some people to arrest. Knowledge.
Clearly.
Mm-hmm. And let him ask a slightly different way, and then you might know the compel a little bit better. Jacqueline, listen, there's some things that the bosses and so what they want, and it's a bit of a tricky situation because more than one. There's a person who's wanted by multiple sides, as it were, and perhaps you can. If we got this information, it would look very good for us, and we have a good relationship. So there's a resistance man is that we are looking for. He is. Yeah. He's a killer. He's killed people.
No.
He's killed.
Despicable.
Yeah. Listen, you saw those fire trucks, yeah?
What?
Yeah. This was.
I thought they were going to where I live, but no, it's a completely different place. It's.
Yeah, it was a bed and breakfast, but they killed. He killed the building. There was a bed and breakfast with 5-7 people in it, and somebody came in there, killed everyone, and then they burned down the place. They also burned down the places next to it. So it was a bookshop, also a store. So a lot of
bookshop Hostel?
Yeah.
They stop at nothing, huh?
Yeah. So we have an idea of who did it. We have a suspect, and we have description of this person. This person who does not care about the life of the French people, does not care about Paris. So.
They do not think about the consequence for the rest of us, no?
No. So, listen.
No.
This fellow is tall.
Right?
He's got grey hair. But what's important about this man is he's got this terrible scar on his face. Sort of a red, ugly scar. He's sort of important in this resistance. Sort of trash. Some sort of communist... Bolshevik sort of thing, and
not the Bolsheviks.
Yeah, all we know is that he's tall and he's got this very ugly scar. So we're looking for a man with this sort of vivid sort of scar who, from my understanding,
like a burn mark or a cut.
Yeah, some sort of cut. So he's been in some way cut. So if you could help us find this man, that would be good. This would be very helpful for you.
I think we should try and keep the peace in our city, no?
Yes, here's the thing to think about. People like this is... listen, I think you understand this, yeah? The way that we get through this situation, that we make the friendship between the French and the Germans, is by being friendly with each other. We don't have to have this sort of conflict. If everyone just works together and just calms down, then we will go back to France having its own, then we can move out when all this happens. We just need to have this sort of, cooperation. So.
An understanding.
Yeah. Now, my dear friend, Diane, I'm offering you a compel. If you sell out the location of Falstaff, I will give you a fate point. And I believe you have more than one aspect that I can call upon in this moment. For example, I could call upon live to fight another day. Determined survivor is a pretty good one I could use as well. This person... You could
use my entire character.
I could. So here's the thing. I will give you a fate point if you give up where they can capture Falstaff. Or you can give me a fate point to not give up that info.
Do I have to give that info up right away?
Yes. But when it triggers, it can be a little bit later.
Yeah, no, I mean, I can say where I think Falstaff is right now. Sorry, I'm just listing out my thoughts here. I'm thinking I can say where Falstaff is right now, and then immediately send a runner.
But here's the thing about compels. Compels, you can't get around them.
They don't work like that. Yeah.
Yeah, no. Like, I realize this is one of the, like, this is purely for flavoring. I can give it up, and then that it's fait accompli.
Yeah.
So it's done. But obviously, Jacqueline is still going to do this sort of trying to play both sides.
Yeah, absolutely.
I feel like there's a voice telling me maybe this is a bad idea.
I'm just saying,
maybe like the guy who knows all of this, like a lot of cells, and might be throwing more than one person under the bus. It could be like throwing dozens and dozens of people under a bus, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
All of France under the bus.
Hey, it's a big bus.
It's a big bus.
But importantly, you would survive, you know?
Yeah, as per Jacqueline's own personal morals, she has so far avoided betraying the movement at large.
By the way, I was just I'm going to just say this is a little bit of a detail that I was just reading up on something that I'm going to institute as an experiment for this session to see how I feel about it. I was reading like a little article by one of the creators of Fate that was talking about compels and refusing compels, and had a recommendation that I think is interesting, and I'm going to try it. I'm going to try it right about now, and here's the thing. If you refuse the compel and give me this fate point because you refuse the compel, you will get in exchange a basically a boost / advantage. So you will get you will be able to get something in exchange that sort of reflects the ways in which you sort of denied this, if that makes any sense.
Yeah. Is it safe to say that Jacqueline would know somebody else who roughly matches that description?
Ooh, yes, absolutely.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to not throw the movement, but somebody innocent under the bus.
Absolutely.
I will be refusing the compel because that's the point where that would be the event horizon which she will not cross.
Yep.
So I'm going to refuse the compel. However, I am.
What would you like to tell me? What you would like to take as your? You're basically gonna get a boost out of this. What would you like to call this boost? Tell me about what this refusal means for your. Well, it's a refusal, but it's screwing somebody else over. What does this say about your character?
The line she's unwilling to cross is. How to put this? Turning over specific people who occasionally that might have a bit of an effect, like maybe a particular cell might have to relocate or something. Okay, that's there's the whole make an omelet, break an egg.
Yeah.
But you don't throw out the omelet. This analogy is going places.
I'm going to call this "won't throw out the omelet."
I think that makes sense.
Go.
Yeah,
I like that.
Isn't the saying throwing out the baby with the bathwater?
There is, but also I operate in 5 different languages any given day, so
reasonable.
If I want to bring in some of what would be local here, I would say that she senses owls in the moss.
Yeah. So he goes,
which is
so he says,
knowing that something's afoot.
So he says, do you?
That's a Norwegian saying.
Yeah. Do you have this? Perhaps you might know someone like this, or you might be able to tell us where we might be able to find somebody.
I actually, so you say, Torman, graying hair, cut across.
Yeah.
Do you know the nationality? Because I think I know somebody, but I just want to check if it's who I'm thinking of.
Well, this person is pretending to be French, but we don't know. There could be anything, really.
No, okay, so
could be British, could be Belgian, could be. We know that they're understanding that they're framing themselves a French person, but they could be something else. We know they are working with this resistance. Someone's important. We don't know exactly.
I think I know who you want to be talking to. You should go, and she's just going to discreetly write down an address and slide it across the table, and it's going to be somebody who matches the description. Is not Falstaff.
And he looks and he goes,
she does, somebody that knows enough to be interesting, and will absolutely, like, the how to put it, the denials will be obviously real, but then a resistance member wouldn't deny such things. It's that sort of this one, I think you should be ready. This one will be a hard case to crack. Might not crack at all. I personally have had unfortunate dealings with this person. There's a reason
thank you.
I think you have your work to do. And should you hear about these children?
Of course.
Also, if you are interested, I've recently, I should not say it. So.
No, please. We are friends.
How do you feel about cognac?
I love cognac. I mean, it's very good. I also love beer, but sometimes you can put the cognac in the beer, and that's the best. You wouldn't have some cognac, would you?
A shipment recently went astray, but I seem to have stumbled across it, so...
There's a reason why I like you.
Where was it you lived again? Of course I know it's fine.
Yeah, well...
I think you will enjoy your dinner tonight.
Thank you. And as you walk out, I will ask, what is Amelie doing?
Amelie, after, helping out with a little bit of kid talk, because she's good with kids, would head out to, because as you say, children are often the targets for certain types of smuggling and work. So she would go to try to find some of her own contacts in the industry.
Where do you go first? Do you go to your work?
Well, probably not her work, because her work is a bit more high end, as you say. But I imagine she didn't start there.
Yes.
So she'd probably go to one of her old places of work.
So this place you go to is a nondescript sort of building, and it is one of these kind of cattle houses, they call it, where maybe 100 people will go through in a day. It is fast. It is a little bit miserable.
Yeah.
And, it's one of these places that you just do not want to work there very long.
That's why she's not working there anymore. Yeah.
And when you sort of head in there, by the way, what skill would you like to be using?
Oh, I would love to be using, wrong character sheet. Here we go. Either contacts or rapport.
Would you like to get info or create an advantage?
It's an excellent question. I think right now information would be most helpful. I already have a few advantages on the board, so getting a little more info wouldn't hurt.
Contacts maybe might be better.
Certainly. I will roll contacts.
And when you walk in, there's a woman. She is quite short.
Ooh,
that
is not, really bad.
That is not enough. You need a 3.
And I have a +3. That was really bad.
Do you? By the way, what is your contacts?
Oh,
what is your specialization?
Her specialization in contacts is probably oh gosh, it wouldn't necessarily be criminal.
Would
it just
be brothely?
It's not all it'd be very brothely, yes. Not all of it's above table, above board, but it's not all also under the table.
I mean, brothels are legal,
things.
Right? They are
exactly, which is why there's always some brothel business that isn't exactly legal. Which is why it's not all above board, but again, it's not all under the table either. So
let's call that brothel business, which puts you at
brothel business
2. If you spent a fate point, you would get it.
I will spend that fate point then, because I feel like this is important. I think I'll invoke Angelic Face or Silver Tongue. Either one works.
All right. Spend that fate point. And
I
then
will spend that fate point.
Let me... there's a woman who's there. She's a hard woman. She is... you know her. She goes by Red. And she is... her face is sort of leathery with a lot of, broken blood vessels,
Yeah.
And she has got tattoos on her forearms, and she is not nice. She is not she's the kind of person that keeps everybody here in line.
Oh yeah.
She's not very nice, but she's in charge of everything here at this place. And it's a very cramped space. And when you come in, she looks at you and she smiles, and she's missing a tooth. And she goes, "Amelie, you have decided to come back to work here, huh?"
Bonjour. Unfortunately, no, that is not the case today.
Maybe not today. But, so tell me, Why are you here if you're not here for work?
I'm not here from work at the moment. I'm actually here because well,
You
if I know
want
anyone
something from
who
me,
knows
favor?
anything, I do. You know me so well. You see, but I spend a lot of time volunteering at the orphanage. It would be known that she was an orphan for sure, probably.
So, are you here to
Well,
offer me
there are
some?
some. Well, that is the thing here. There are some orphans who have recently entered the city. That it would be bad business if someone was to obtain them. That was not the church.
What do I care about the church? Huh? What have they done for me?
The church may not have done anything for you, but certain other parties that may not also be good for business would not be beneficial if they were found. So while people might think they are good for business, they are more of a risk than a liability, and I'm trying to intercept them before anyone gets in trouble.
All right, so why do you want to speak to me about this, huh?
I was just wondering if you would, if anyone knows anything about work in the city, it's you. So, and she'll give a description, like a 14-year-old boy, around a girl about the same age, a few around my sister's age, 11, 12, 13. 2 boys, another girl.
Well, I've not heard back.
Anyone had picked them up?
I have people who pick up children, but they have not reported back yet. They're out at the perfect spot.
Well,
should I send word to my people not to pick them up if they find them?
We'd gladly take them off of your hands if they already have them or if they've seen him.
They are at the circus the moment, looking for people who might be interested in working with us. It's the best place. Circus is big. It's at the velodrome. It's big. It's full of everything. People go there, and it's easy for them to go missing.
Right.
Yes. Well, I should send a message or word to my person.
I could act as messenger if you would like. With many familiar faces I am familiar with, I could inform them.
Do you remember Riccardo, Italian?
What I remember Riccardo.
Yes, he's always the pretty
He
one.
had the mustache.
Yes, oui.
Oui.
Always the pretty one, and he always is able to charm everyone. So I have Riccardo down at the velodrome looking for people who might be convinced that this is a better place to be than wandering about homeless. So if you could speak with Riccardo down there at the place.
Certainly.
He could tell if you've seen anything there. Are you sure you don't want to work?
I don't say thank you in German. Merci.
All right, maybe.
And I'm not at work at the moment. I'm already busy enough. But it is good to know that your doors are always open.
Always. For you.
Merci. And she'll do like a little curtsy.
I'm going to need from you all, from your faction, an intelligence roll. The
oh boy.
Gestapo's made theirs, but you all have one to make yourself for the Saints.
He wants to click the button.
One of y'all's got to click that button. You're looking for a 2.
I'll click it.
Click it. All right. Yeah.
Okay. Intelligence and what how many bonuses do we have? Do we add anything?
You roll it first, and we can add afterwards,
afterwards.
from our
Okay.
things.
You want to beat
so.
2.
Beat 2. Okay.
So we want to roll at
Fingers
least a 3.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so that's a -1.
Mm-hmm.
You have some choices. What did you
Yes.
roll? You rolled
2 negatives, a positive, and a 0.
so that's like basically
Pretty average.
pretty-
I mean, we have a +0 in
Yeah, yeah.
intelligence, so.
You want to beat a 2, so you want a 3, which is 2 bonuses.
Mhm.
You do have them on the table.
Use like child's perspective, that
Mhm.
boost.
Yes, you can use the child's
Yeah.
perspective for a 2, which will bring you to a 1. And if you
And-
use
That
1 more,
We could probably use checkpoint Charlie on this one.
mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
Um,
I got one for you.
If I was gonna say, if Huber thinks that he's getting a high-profile target that could seriously advance his career,
Mm-hmm.
it seems that in exchange for that, like the idea being that in exchange for this thing, he will let slide, and surely he understands that maybe there is some value to what I'm asking him to keep an eye out for, but it's low value. It's just that sort of look, just this is nothing, let it slide, and here's what you get in return.
So, I will note this. If you spend 1 more, you will succeed with style and get an extra check mark.
We get a 2 check marks. If we spent our Amber Alert, like all of our, it can seem like all of our information is like leading to the same point.
Yep.
And then we could have
I'm-
2 successes versus their 1.
I'm not against that.
Yeah,
Honestly.
because it's first to 3. So yeah,
Yeah.
It's
I'm
first
not
to
against it.
beat by 3.
Mm.
So you're ahead of them by 1 at the moment. So
Okay with this.
you get a call from Hubo. A runner, actually. Sort of German soldier walks up to you. So calls out to you. Mademoiselle? In that way that you never know if they're going to actually be sort of threatening or not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's a slight falter to Jacqueline's step because she does run a risky game.
Mademoiselle, your friend says that these children you mentioned, they came into the city earlier today. Yeah, and it looks like they were mentioned, perhaps going to see their friends. They said that they were going to go see their friends. They had families, the circus. So perhaps if you're going to look for them, you have to find them at the velodrome. But
Of course,
Yeah.
of course they would go there.
I should say,
Rowdy children.
never mind. It's not important. He says.
No, please continue. What?
I'm going to need from you, because now we have a second set of rolls for each one of you now at this moment. And by the way, you can always use your aspects to make other people's lives more difficult as well. You can use it to make their rolls not as good, or increase their difficulty. Basically, well, I don't.
Yeah.
He does not want to give you the information. He realized he spoke a little bit too much, but you need to try to get that information out of him.
Buddy, friend, pal.
Listen, I'm in no rush, and if Uber thinks that perhaps I should know something to help you in your ongoing work.
It's actually just a side thing. It's not important, really.
I don't know when this might be important for your career, no?
It could be. It's none of my business, really. Right?
A nice little reward for work well done. That sounds like your business. Oh God, what am I rolling here?
I don't know. It's a bit above my pay grade to say something like this. I don't want to get in trouble.
So your pay grade needs to rise.
Yeah, but I'm just a private, so what am I supposed to do? Huh? It's dangerous
You
business.
know that you know that I'm acquainted. with Herr Huber.
Yeah.
I can always put in a good word. Mention your dedication, your skills, your keen mind.
What, is this a rapport? Is this a deceive?
Sure sounds like a report to me with all
This
that
is
building him up.
because she's not lying. She will make good on
Mhm.
that promise.
Roll that rapport.
Oh God.
We tie.
What?
So, would you like to spend a fate point to bring you above that?
I don't think I have one.
Did you spend your last fate point?
I forgot to ask.
You
how many to
did.
start
You
with.
did spend it.
Yep.
There is a group fate. Actually, you have a bunch of group fate points, actually.
We have 4.
You have 4. Let me put them out there for you so you can see them. There you go. There are group fate points that you could use.
Good to know what the Germans are. Yeah, I'd say succeed. It might be important intel. Like, oh, we
Yeah.
found them, but we also realized who they are. We don't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think I'm gonna actually invoke the relationship here. The I don't want to fail Amanika again.
Oh, yes.
Because
Okay.
if not finding this leads to letting down again,
Yeah, that's fair.
that would hurt.
So you beat him. You may ask that question. He goes, look, it's not my business, and I don't want to say anything, and I could get in trouble. But it's true. They came in through the checkpoint, yeah. Sergeant Huber wasn't there. I was there at the checkpoint, and I came and I told him when he asked around, and Sergeant Huber was not the only person who came to ask for them, about them. Yeah, the Gestapo came by, and they also asked about the children.
What's children?
And I don't know why the Gestapo was also asking for your children, but I did also tell them that what I heard. So I don't want to get in trouble with the Gestapo in any way. I don't want to be involved with that.
I have nothing from you. You were very diligent. You were very hardworking, and you clearly you're an upstanding, good soldier.
Thank you.
And that's exactly what Herr Huber shall hear from me.
Thank you. I just I'm not involved in anything with the Gestapo, so, but I will take the compliments to my boss.
May I ask, you did not perhaps catch the names from the Gestapo men who came by?
Yeah.
Well, I know a few of them. Perhaps I can understand. If I know perhaps what is going on, I can help you even more.
Well, it's a man who's he was the head of the Gestapo. He's right now acting head of the SS. And Elias Jäger is on the hunt for the children. So that means that whatever it is, it's very big. It's important.
Oh yes, I've heard his name. I've not had the pleasure of meeting myself, but well, perhaps now's the time. Perhaps I must find out.
Better you than me, mademoiselle. But I hear he likes. Well, he's married and very dedicated to his wife. But I don't know if you heard this. I hear of these has problems with this. He cannot keep it up, is what the rumors are about the town.
Yes.
But I did not say this and do not tell
the
you.
artillery does not fire, right?
Yeah. You know, I'm going to go. I'm just going to leave. This is not.
You know what? And she's gonna reach into her pocket and pull out like a nice pack of, like a pack of like quality French smokes and just pass them over. I said you should have better use of this than I do.
Thank you. And he tucks them in and heads back out. And I believe you were heading to see Emenike.
That is the plan.
Yeah.
So we can shift over to Emenike and Jacqueline will appear at an appropriate moment.
But I imagine you might want to let them know that, right? So you know about perhaps the velodrome as being interesting from the kids. Yes. Are we... would you all meet up to share this info? Perhaps we can start there to see if you have a thing as a group, unless you have a thing individually.
I imagine. I mean, if Jacqueline, if Dan wants a scene with Emenike alone first, I'm definitely down for that. But I think eventually, we definitely would group up to speak.
If the church is on the way from where she was,
Yes.
then she'd meet up. If not, she would head straight to Ricardo.
It's on the way.
Then she would definitely pop in and be like, going here to check this out.
I leave it to you all then.
Okay. So I think because Emenike's search is probably a lot faster since it's literally he just stayed in the same building and spoke to some kids. I think he's probably very anxiously trying to keep himself occupied while he's waiting for the rest of the group. So I think he probably tried to mark the rest of the papers but gave up on that because it was just too his brain was too fixated on this mission. So I think he's probably pacing back and forth in his room in the orphanage section of the compound right now, occasionally looking out the window to see if anyone's coming in from their expedition for information. And if he sees Jacqueline, he'll definitely basically make a beeline to meet Jacqueline almost before they even make it through the doors. Jacqueline, so did you learn anything? I learned that from the kids anyway, that the kids will most likely congregate around the this is Jacobo's game. What was the name of the
Velodrome?
Velodrome,
which is the winter. It's the velodrome is velodromes are indoor cycling arenas.
Okay.
But it's massive, and they also use it for events. I don't know if anybody was from San Francisco. There's a place called the Cow Palace, which is this large, open. It's an indoor arena, but it was kind of flat, so that they would actually flood it and have ice hockey there, or they'd have circuses or boxing matches or bicycle races. Okay. Right? They have a lot of. And there are reasons why I have photographs of it for later.
Yes, So the only thing I could really get, because as you know, I can't really leave, at least not too much about being under risk. But I learned that the kids most likely would congregate around the velodrome.
That matches up with the information I have.
Thank goodness.
I have a little bit of extra information that you're not going to like.
Okay. Well, it's better to hear it now than later. Yes, let's.
You see, we have unsavory types who clearly would like to get their hands on the children. As a general rule. And I hear from them that the children are indeed in the city and have indeed made their way somewhere here, congregating. Not sure. However, how to say this?
By the way,
you don't need to sugarcoat it.
I'm just gonna roll the second round for the Gestapo. It's gonna be mobility because they're gonna try to get there.
I see.
Difficulty 3, by the way.
Okay.
Just so you know what you're looking at. I roll a -1.
That's great for us.
That's not great. That's terrible.
I think that's a beautiful roll.
Awful.
That's great for us.
I think that's a wonderful
Thank you,
roll.
Trooper.
Wow, way to go, SS.
I am going to.
It clearly stands for suck shit right now.
Spend a fate point to re-roll that.
Oh, you don't have to.
Using their high concept, the oppressive power of a zealous Nazi state, they're quite zealous. Just gonna re-roll that mobility. Just re-roll that. Mediocre. They do not make progress this round to get there.
Emenike, our friendly. There are some geese in town. Yeah, big geese with a big G. Seem to have caught wind of what's happening.
Yes. Okay. So.
My contacts were not the only ones asking questions. So we need to move fast. We need to move them. We need to find these children and find them to a safe location.
Okay. Yes, I think we can do that. Thank you, Jacqueline, for that. I don't think we could have gotten that much information without your help.
I try my best. Where is Falstaff? I much desire to speak with him.
At the moment, I'm not entirely sure, but they should be. When would they usually do their rounds?
They've already been in for today, so they probably won't be back. They're probably going to check with you later tonight to see if you got them, right? Or maybe a little bit later because, yes. But Sister Bernadette is also still here in this space. Because you have not left the church.
So yes, Falstaff should be coming back to check up on us once we hopefully have the children with us. But other than that, I'm not entirely sure where he is exactly at the moment.
All right. I'm going to have a little bit of a look around. I need to find Falstaff. There's something else is going on.
Okay. I can speak to Sister Bernadette and see if she is aware of anything, but...
I can't say too much for the sake of discretion and keeping us all safe, but if you can get word to Falstaff, keep both eyes and ears open.
I will. Thank you, Jacqueline.
I'm going to see if I can find the children now.
I think this is when we get Amelie.
I think I have an idea of where they might be. Where at least, if they are in the place, they won't get picked up by certain individuals. The circus? The velodrome?
Oh, yes, actually, Jacqueline had just...
Good.
let us know.
Information is good, no? We won't go
Yes.
to the wrong place, perhaps.
But they are probably going to be picked up by a super sketchy person. Procure.
Yes. So I know someone who is going to be there. I'm going to meet up with him to see if he can assist in locating but not procuring the children.
That would be perfect. According to Jacqueline, we are not the only party looking for these children or even aware of these children. So
this makes sense.
yes, so we might have to keep that in mind. It seems like Jacqueline was not the only one asking questions about their whereabouts. I think it's probably best if I do join, because it does seem like worst case scenario, it won't be a quiet or peaceful encounter. And
well, I make an excellent distraction. No?
Yes, no, you definitely do.
Merci.
Sister Bernadette, where are you in this space?
I'm probably just busying myself with church duties and, waiting for letters to come back from my runners. Have any letters come back from my runners?
You have spent your point on that Amber Alert getting you all that information, right? So you've got words from the being like, none of them showed up in any of the dioceses or any of the sort of the small churches. They've not run in, but but people are saying they're paying attention and waiting. But you were able to get some of that info, was able to help you actually sort of note that they are sort of moving most likely. Like that's where the kids are going to go, is probably going to be at this circus that's happening right now. All info points that way, but they've not shown up. But there is space, right? They've got spaces.
Definitely, especially since with now the added information that the Gestapo is also hot on their trail, I think like almost immediately after giving Emily the rundown, I'll probably beeline to Sister Bernadette to also let them know they all signs seem to point to them being at the velodrome, but we're also not the only people looking for them now. The Gestapo seem to have an idea of where and who they are, so we will likely need to get a move on now.
I'd like to round up some kids.
Okay. Yes.
Get a big group, make it harder to find.
Absolutely.
Yeah. A big group.
We're going to the circus, kids.
Day trip.
What would you like to roll?
You
for
asked
this?
for it. Here we go.
What would you like to roll for this?
I would like to roll, please.
Probably rapport, because you've got lots of kids. And I will note, since you filled in your top 2, you can always fill in other skills in the rest of the ones that you got whenever you want.
I would like to help as well.
Absolutely.
With this report to kids, because I did say to the kids, "Hey, I'm going to talk to Sister Bernadette and let's go."
And you also did say that you'll take them out on a day trip.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Wow.
So I'll use I have rapport, so I can help out with that.
Yeah.
Okay, good, because my report is mediocre.
Okay, absolutely. Go ahead. Roll it. Roll it. Unless there's a different skill you'd like to use, because he could use his rapport to get those kids together, and you could maybe do something different.
Actually, I could do something different.
Please tell me.
Okay, so if I'm assuming that I and Emike had a conversation, and I was like, okay, you rally the kids.
Yeah.
And all the children who belong to the church as orphans have identification. Now, I can obviously go swarm a hive of children around these vulnerable children, but they still need identification. So I can go with all those with that delivery of things and make them some ID cards.
Yes. I'm going to need rapport from you, Emenike, and I'm going to need tradecraft from you, Sister Bernadette.
Good. I got a 3 for rapport.
All right. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions. One, absolutely, with that, you can get the advantage. Emenike, we'll call it, what we call this? We'll call this,
2 by 2.
Great line.
2 by 2. 2 by 2.
Yeah.
We'll call that 2 by 2, absolutely, with 1 free invoke. Now, how many invokes do you get, Sister Bernadette, on that fake info? There is a specialization attached to tradecraft. Is your specialization, what's the word?
Forgery?
Yes, counterfeits forgery.
Yes.
Then you succeed with style, so you get 2 free invokes on this, because that's a 5, and we'll just call this papers, please.
I saw a quote from Anastasia, and it was like, the government always makes it red.
Oh, yes. So, Emenike, you round up these kids, and you make paperwork for them. Believable paperwork. Amelie, what are you going to do?
Amelie, having passed on her information, I think is gonna run ahead to meet up with Ricardo, find the handsome Italian at the circus, and convince him to help her find and round up these children, so that way, because it's orders from the madame, to not take them away herself. But I'd like to imagine that she and Emenike are on good terms, that she could just convince him to assist her.
So you see Ricardo. Ricardo has got way too much pomade in his hair.
Ricardo, yes.
Way too much pomade in his hair. His hair's like super greasy and slick.
Yeah. Slicked back, and imagine the mustache is impeccably waxed.
Yeah, but it's like
a little too waxed.
A little too waxed, right? It's a little too waxed. His hair's a little bit too greasy. But on the surface, he looks very charming. Do you know what I mean? In that way that makes you a little bit nervous. It's a little bit too charming. And he's like, well, Amelie,
Ricardo?
You are a delicious snack, huh? So
that is what I am told.
Tell me something. Why are you here?
Well, Ricardo, I was looking to see if maybe you would help me. I also have a message from the madam.
Oh, all right. By the way, hey, Lindy, would you like a fate point?
Oh, I might want a fate point.
You have a thing that you have to do right now, which involves making this roll to convince Ricardo to, so you can help your team get these kids.
Sure, yeah.
Before the Gestapo does, yeah?
Yeah.
But you are a lucky charm, and you are you're tragically delicious.
I'm tragically delicious, yes.
How about I give you a fate point, and you get pulled away by someone who finds you very interesting?
Okay. You know what? I'm ahead of the group. Sure.
Which means you will not be able to participate. You will not be able to aid them in this role.
Mm.
And the person is Elias Yeager.
Can I give my fate point to the group?
No.
Oh.
Well, yes. Well, I mean, if you can, yes, you can always use it. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Would you like?
Well, it sounds like distracting Jaeger might be a good plan if he's looking for them kids. So
no,
yes.
But this is a compel, so it's not going to work out for you.
It's not going to work out for me.
It won't be great if you get it. Would you like to have him find you interesting?
You know what? Sure. I'm a lucky charm that's tragically delicious. He loves cereal.
He does. I will give you a fate point for that. He does. So Ricardo is like, so what is this as a madame has to say? And at that moment you hear a, Mademoiselle.
Oui.
And there in front of you is a man in a Gestapo uniform. This man is, well, I have a photograph of him as a matter of fact, so that you may see him.
Wonderful.
Yeah, so you can see what he looks like. This is our Jaeger right over there. And he sees you.
I've been with a lot of officers, so I see his rank, and I immediately know he's a very important individual.
Yes, he is. And he looks at you, and he goes, he's a little on edge right now.
He doesn't look nice and chill, relaxed.
No, he doesn't.
Oh, that's a shame.
And he says, you, why don't you come with me? I have some questions for you.
Oui, monsieur.
Yeah, walk this way. And you can tell he's on edge.
I'd be more than happy to assist in anything you require.
Could you all, my dear team, roll your mobility to see if you can get there before everyone else does?
Is it as a faction or
yes, faction,
individual?
please.
The faction.
Right, who's gonna do it?
Difficulty's a 3.
I'll do it.
All right.
I trust you. Go on.
Okay.
You can do it.
That's great.
Oh, that is
a 4.
1. If you spend a fate point,
We would automatically beat the Gestapo because we'd be beating them by 3.
I say we do it.
Do we
Yeah.
have an aspect we can use? Like, do we need to invoke an aspect?
well, you have some. Here's the thing: you can invoke an aspect and spend one of your fate points, or you can use one of your free invokes.
We could use papers, please. Or 2 by 2.
But you might be able to. You might want those to get out with them.
That's true.
2 by 2.
You have 3 fate points. Group fate points.
Yeah.
Yeah, we could just use
Could
group
we
fate
use
point as well.
sanctuary? Could we use a high con? Could we use
Yes.
a high concept?
Yes,
Sanctuary for
absolutely.
displaced people. These are literally displaced people.
Absolutely.
Oh.
So we'll spend one of your group fate points, and I want you to describe for me, all of y'all, how you make it to the velodrome, because you do, before the main Gestapo forces arrive.
Can I jump in real quick?
Yes.
Jacqueline, being aware of, or being the first, I guess, to be aware of the Gestapo hunting, would absolutely be on the lookout for them,
Yes.
and especially the lead officer.
Yeah.
Could I make a roll to see if I actually notice Jäger coming up to Amelie?
Awareness.
Well, that's not great, but I'll do it anyway.
I'm
What do
very
I need?
visually stunning, so maybe it's not difficult to recognize me.
Oh no! That's not. That's
Would you like
No.
to succeed at a major cost?
Ooh.
You know, tell. My heart says yes, but I want to know the cost first.
Oh, don't worry. He's only a serial killer. That's fine.
Yeah,
He's
no,
only a
it's-
serial killer.
Mm,
The major cost is going to be you will be aware, but you will not be able to stop it. You'll see, but you will not be able to intervene.
I will take that.
Okay? You are looking.
God.
I have nothing else I can do.
No, it's perfect.
And you see this officer that you've not seen before. Step up, Gestapo, high ranking. Step up and you see him tap Amelie on the shoulder and start to lead her away, but you notice something else that strikes you as odd. He is not with the rest of his soldiers. There are no other Gestapo here at all. And you know very well that the protocol is that all the soldiers have to be in groups at this point in time because there have been too many attacks by resistance members. And he is not with, and you look and there's no other Gestapo here. If he's doing some kind of raid to get these children, to round them up, he would not be by himself. He'd be in with trucks and full complements of people. But he's here by himself, and he went directly to Amelie. He did not seem to be looking for children at all.
Jacqueline is going to observe. And I think she would try to send somebody to get word to either Sister Bernadette or Eminika. Either one, just one of the other two. But that's probably going to be difficult and will not happen.
Because I will note, you are here. The Velodrome is this beautiful place. It is large. It is impressive. There are people do endurance competitions of roller skating. People roller skate there. It is pretty impressive. And at the moment, the entire city, the entire place is full of there's a circus there. So you've got what do you call them? What do you call them? It's not a full Ferris wheel, but the teacups, Yeah, you've got
carousel.
So you've got some rides. You have got. I'm gonna save this so I can send it to you, so I can show you this. It'll be exciting. And you've got some animals there. It is very exciting, and it's busy and full. The whole place is. Here you go. I feel like you can see that right here. So here's the Velodrome right there. It's this nice big place, and it's hard to keep it's so crowded. There are people everywhere shouting and screaming, and everybody's having a good time, and you're trying to keep your eyes on them. But it's a huge scene right now. There's some elephants over there. They're jugglers. But you can track where they're going. He's leading her away.
In her mind, Jacqueline has already half written off Amelie. I'm sorry to say, Lindy.
So,
is that sort of scratch one?
Do you follow?
No. Like I wrote, this is the flip side of not throwing out the omelet is not taking this risk.
You then for your fate point that I just gave you. I'll make sure you have it. As you watch him lead her away in the midst of this crowd, he passes by a young man who's scanning the area. And the young man is probably 14 or 15. He's sort of blonde, a little thin, and walks right by this Gestapo officer who does not seem to be that... He seems to be preoccupied at the moment.
Very distracting.
Yeah. And you notice that he has got a bit of a gaggle of children with him at this moment. Which is when Sister Bernadette and our good Mr. Monroe, with a passel of orphans, arrive at the velodrome. And the kids are like, whoa! And they're so excited. They want to run, right? They want to go and see what's going on. It's so exciting. And this is this massive space with an exciting circus, and everything is positive and wonderful. And there is nothing bad happening at all here. At all. Yes. What do you all do?
I think before me, at the very least, at the entrance of the velodrome, Monica would definitely have like crouched down to the kids and just go, okay, so I want you to stay with Sister Bernadette as much as possible. Do not run off. I like point at the one kid I know is hyperactive. Do not run off. And we'll go to all of the attractions and rides, but just together, okay? And if anything goes wrong, I'm going to immediately leave for the exit. Sister Bernadette will most likely be with you, but if not, leave for the exit, okay?
Okay. Can we go now? Can we go?
Yes.
And so the kids like stream into the velodrome, and you two, my dear expert agents, walk in, and there's people everywhere. And you see madness. Awareness from you two?
Okay.
Can I enhance that a little bit using my aspect?
Roll first.
Okay.
Because you may have to spend it.
Okay.
That's a fair from Anike. And good. All right. I'm going to ask you both a question. Amanike, you see Jacqueline, and you see Jacqueline looking at a group of kids. You see this group of kids there who are kind of looking around for someone. 6 of them. Jacqueline sees these 6 kids. You see these 6 kids. Sister Bernadette. My dear Sister Bernadette. You rolled a 3, which is good. That is better. Would you like to see an extra bonus thing?
What's the catch?
There's no catch yet.
Then yes, of course, I'd love to see more.
Awesome. All of that is there. You see these 6 kids. They look like they have been through it a little bit, right? They're kind of dirty. It looks like they probably have been like sleeping in the mud. But that's not what catches your eye. What catches your eye is Amelie
The eye-catching.
walking out of the velodrome with a Gestapo officer, and he has his hand on her elbow as he's leading her out. Would you like to roll an empathy discover action to
Yes,
read the vibe?
please.
of this space?
Yes, please.
Mm-hmm. Please do. It's on this fellow that you will be looking at. You rolled a 3. Let me roll his deception, just to see how that goes. He has a deceive of average, but he does have a stunt that he gets a +2 to hide,
murderous intent.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. That is correct. He's able to.
feeling.
Yep. What he's not so good at deceiving, except when it comes to hiding
Murder.
His
Ooh.
murderous intent. That is a great. What would you like to do about that, my friend? Would you like to spend a fate point?
Yes.
Okay.
And I would like to use, actually, the aspect that I've got. Mother Observer.
Absolutely.
Ooh.
Oh, I
Mhm.
forgot about that one. Yeah, that's good.
Absolutely. You spend that fate point, and let me ask you, what would you like to know? What does your keen insight into human behavior tell you? What would you like to know about it, about this person? Who's leading off? Maybe they're friends. What do you
Gestapo?
want to know?
Gestapo
Yeah.
there?
Mhm.
Gestapo there? I would like to know
Mm.
what this man's intentions are.
Ah. The Gestapo are pretty cruel people. And she's a member of the Resistance, and for all you know, this is one of those things where he's suspicious of her being Resistance and he wants to take her off and question her. You know that vibe, yeah?
Yeah.
This is not that vibe. It's not that vibe at all. You might at first have thought it. He's trying to put off the vibe that this is work. But that is not what's happening here at all. You just catch this look in his eye, and it is chilling. This man wants to murder her. He wants to kill her, and you suspect when you look in his eyes that he is a monster. The Nazis are monsters, but this is different. There is something about this man. He has a capacity for violence and a lust for violence. And his feeling right now is this is not good, as he's leading her away from the children who are right there.
How far away are they from, like, where I'm standing?
2 zones. So in Fate, we have zones, and this is a huge space. The velodrome is quite large. And in terms of zones, I think I can probably even do this for you. I suspect I can. Let me see if I can give you this space because I care about you. Do I? I do. I care. Let me bring you right here as we are in our, how do we say, high point moment. We have got, let's say, let me draw a bit of a circle here for you all. Did I bring you in? I did. And let me have the audience see what we're doing right about now. Let's make a circle. I wonder if I can get here we go. Let's say this is the velodrome. I didn't want pink, but that's fine. It's okay. And let's say, what? Let's say we have a zone. Let's get a free hand. So you all are, let's say, here in this zone. There is this center zone right here. And then there is this back zone where there's a back entrance. And then there's a zone here and a zone here. So we've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 zones. Now this is, I'm being very generous because this place is massive. And we have got, let's let's get some text. Here we have Bernadette and Emenike and the kids. We'll say and the orphans. Here.
Great band name. Emenike and the Orphans.
Yeah. Here we have Jacqueline. Here we have the 6 kids. And here we have Amelie and Jaeger. Yes. Oh, and I should just say, we have some aspects. We're going to say it is crowded. And we are going to say crowded. Yeah, it's crowded. I think that's a great aspect. This place is crowded.
Okay. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Okay. Here's my plan, everybody.
I'm ready.
We move our gaggle of orphans over to the 6K orphans. So this is how it's
6K orphans.
6K.
We will have 6,000 orphans. Sorry, I love it.
Hell of a hoop skirt for that.
Yes. I'm gonna just get.
We absorb the gaggle of orphans, and then either myself or Enrique need to go after Emil.
I mean,
Because
yeah.
we're close, but do we have enough time for me to go, oh shit, shit is going to go down? And then you can obviously, and then explain that you, or do I just have to go? This is the thing.
Hey, can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Bernadette. Well, I'm going to ask Bernadette. These orphans of yours, these kids of yours, can they be trusted to run a message?
I mean, yes, I've had them running messages all day. Thank you. Right, yes. Okay, so that's what I would like to do. I would like to start to move my gaggle of orphans over to absorb our targets into our gaggle.
So, why don't we do this in initiative order, shall we?
Oh boy. Okay.
Yeah, let's do that. Sister Bernadette, you started.
Okay.
You are going first, and you're going to move those kids to absorb those kids. I think that's fair. Let me, I think I can just do this right here. Sister Bernadette. There you go. Hey, that's you. And I just want to. Can I get a? There we go. We'll put a nameplate on you, Bernadette. And we will put you. We're actually going to put you right over here. You absorb those children. Time of gifts. You've got a diagram right up there on the space. Now this is how initiative works in Fate. We use popcorn initiative, which means you get to decide who goes next, and I will give you your options. Right? You've got Emenike. You've got Jacqueline. And let's see, Jacqueline. That'll be right. That'll be you right there. This will be Emenike. I wish I just had your names on those plates, but I don't. But that's okay.
I will say I actually never mind. Don't worry.
And then we have Amelie. And then I'm gonna have to let you know something else about how these things work, just because I feel like you might need to know later. And then you have Elias, and then you have some soldiers. They are coming a little bit later. So
Because they like super failed their mobility roll.
Yeah, they're not here yet. They did not beat you in that million, so they're not here yet. So Gloss, you get to choose who gets to go next.
This is too much pressure at 3 in the morning.
We have you now with those orphans.
Mnike. Mnike is going next.
Okay.
Have I been made aware
You have
of what's going on
not.
with Emily?
You have not.
Okay, I will still like to. This is still very relative because I'm a prisoner of war, so I'm still like looking out. So could I just keep an eye out, like look around again, even if it's not for? Because now, especially now that we have the kids with us, I think he's probably even more.
Absolutely.
Because yeah,
Absolutely.
there's two things that I could start with my one.
Give me your awareness.
My awareness is not great, but I'm just hoping maybe I'll be lucky. Yeah, no.
Can I assist?
Yes, you can. As a matter of fact, if you want, because you're moving out, you could point it out, but then you'd be saying out loud some things.
Would I be saying out loud, or would I just be like...
If I use a crowded, no one will hear them say it out loud because of the crowded aspect.
That is true.
I will tell you what, spend a fate point and you got it, using the crowded aspect, and you don't have to roll.
Mine or yours?
I would say Amaniki would do it.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
I'll spend it. I'll spend it.
You have none left, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Who here has fate points left?
I do, because I got one.
You did get one. You might need that. I don't know. I'm just.
Who knows?
I'm just saying.
Who knows?
I've got one, and
No, I'm definitely out.
yeah, that's awesome. You've got one, right? No, you don't have one. And then yeah, that's it. Yeah, I'm so excited about that. So you spent that fate point. You have 2 group fate points left, and you have some free invokes. And by spending that fate point with that crowded, you look through the crowd and you see this Gestapo guy leading Amelie out towards the back of the velodrome, and he does not seem to have backup. He doesn't have a gaggle of soldiers with him at all.
I think, especially if Bernadette pointed them out, obviously it's some concern to her. So
Super concerned.
Very clearly concerned. So I'll make a beeline for them.
So here's the thing. You can just go and hit your next zone, because that's right. That you're up there. You're there. Who would you like to pass it to?
I've got a question. Could I make it 2 zones?
Yes.
By using
You have to roll athletics. Pardon me. Athletics.
Okay, athletics.
Believe in you.
Great.
Yes,
Believe
you can
in
do
you.
that. You can do that, no problem. Well, I mean,
2.
yes.
Oh, you almost crit. That was really close.
You make it. You push. Well, let me see. I am going to use. Oh, I might need my fate point. I might need it. I could spend it. And then you couldn't get there, but then I might need it for later. So I'm going to keep it. All right. You push your way right past these orphans through, and you make your way. You are not that far away from them as you see them moving out towards the back, and you can hear the laughter of children behind you. Who would you like to pass it to?
Oh my, I am freaking out.
Guess what? He's a serial killer. Just so you know.
Yeah,
just so you know.
Yeah. I kind of got that.
Yeah.
Vibe of him, I did a vibe check real quick.
He's not a nice person.
Did not pass.
I'm gonna give it to Amelie, I think. Yeah.
Hey, Amelie, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Having a great time,
Mhm,
you know.
mhm.
I'm being a big old distraction.
You are being a
So
big
that
old
way they can
distraction
find
right
those
now.
kids.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
can I tell you something?
Of course you may. You may tell me anything anytime, Trooper.
Do you know what's happening right now?
Oh, out of character?
No,
Yes.
no.
In character.
The Gestapo are on their way.
Mm-hmm.
They're probably going to have this place surrounded really soon.
Mm-hmm.
And that's me
I'm
really
here with
bad for your friends.
one of the leaders. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm going to just put that in your ear for the moment.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I think knowing that she's gonna do the best she can to buy her friends some time, because if she's keeping the leader distracted, that means other people aren't gonna you know, do their searching until they're like, hey boss, we're here. Time to check in, because you know, that good old German efficiency. And so I think, like, I've been sitting here going, how can I hit Jaeger with a big old social attack this whole time? Amelie just wants to be as sweet as can be. And we're walking along casually.
Yes.
She's making
Super cash.
pleasant converse. She just wants to slow him down, keep him very distracted. But by being very pleasant. Maybe obnoxiously pleasant, because look, if we know Elias Jaeger, he knows he hates sickeningly sweet people.
He does.
And so I'm gonna kill him with kindness. So I'd like to make a rapport attack on Elias Jaeger to try to annoy him, but we're in a big crowded area, so he can't really do a lot about it, because I'm not resisting. I'm just being pleasant and present.
Please, make that rapport attack, and I'm going to ask you this question. Yes. What is your stunt?
I believe my stunt is now called Kill Them with Kindness, and it's I get +2 on rapport attacks against
okay,
the enemy.
Please do then. Please do that.
I'd love to. Let's see how this goes. Oh, look at that.
You just rolled a legendary.
I did.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh, Monsieur, it's a beautiful day. It is outside, is it not? Oh.
He's gonna roll his will.
Yes.
As he does. He rolled 4, which is no bueno, my friend.
I think that's a great roll.
I'm gonna have to use my stunt point right now
you don't.
for a reroll because that was terrible.
What's he using to reroll?
Sorry, I had terrible thoughts.
I'm going to use his relationship aspect.
Huh?
Difficult.
Yes.
He is a difficult person to upset, to get through to. He's also a difficult person to be married to, obviously.
Yeah. So that puts him at a +1.
No.
Oh no, you're rerolling.
I'm rerolling that one.
Maybe I'll roll worse.
Because he doesn't have a bad will, so I'm gonna reroll.
I think he has. You know, he could.
Yeah. Fair.
He's still 6 different.
He has to take 6, which he will.
That's still like, that's only a mild consequence though, or whatever. I think I want to make it worse.
Do it.
I think I want to hit him harder.
Spend that 6. That's that
fate point
that
I got.
You have?
Yeah, I think I would. I think I'd love to spend that fate point to make my attack a 10 versus his 2. Yes.
All right. So when you have an attack like this, you take the difference. That's a difference of 8 that he must then soak. You can only spend 1 of your stress boxes. He has 3 stress boxes, so he's going to spend that. Oh gosh, he'll spend the 2. Which means he has to take a consequence, which is a severe consequence. And that severe consequence is going to be, that's his 6th slot. It's going to be off his game.
Ooh, wonderful.
Okay.
Off his game with one free invoke. Who will you pass it to? You have him, and you have Jacqueline.
Yes.
I mean, you could totally pass it to him if you wanted. And then you have a bunch of soldiers in the back who are coming.
I think we'll pass it to Jacqueline.
Fine.
Because I could hand it to him, and I'm tempted to hand it straight to him. But I want him to sit with that consequence for a second.
That consequence is going to sit for a while, actually.
Well, it will, but I want it to just really sink in.
Yeah.
Like emotionally, like he is off his game. Like, did he pick the right target?
That's the question.
Because I'd like to use my free aspect for this fate point that I spend, and my free aspect that I'm deciding just now is adored. Adored.
I'm gonna note that for later.
Like, and she might not be. Maybe people in the crowd are like, "Oh, Amelie," you know. She walks by, you know.
Jacqueline, what do you do?
Maybe this is someone who might get noticed if she goes missing.
I need to make one more zone in between you two. That's what I need to do. There we go. Freehand. Boom. There's like one here, because this is actually a huge space. Boom. Right. Boom.
You just have to make my life more difficult.
I do have to make your life more difficult. That is actually my job. Go ahead.
That's fine. I understand that.
I hope Jacqueline just stays on task. Get the kids out.
Yeah. Oh God, let's see.
Now
but we did agree that Jacqueline can see this, but it's too late to do anything about it. And it is.
It looks just so pleasant and present, and he's looking progressively more off his game.
But you do see Emanike coming after him.
So it's that sort of. Jacqueline has the trust that Emanike will be there to assist, and clearly, Amelie knows how to handle herself.
Yeah.
We assume, and this is a lone Gestapo officer.
Absolutely, just by
There's
himself.
no backup.
Yeah.
So chances are high we're gonna have a corpse in the river tonight.
Yeah.
Whose corpse?
Quite frankly, Jacqueline, at this point, as long as the kids get out, isn't too bothered about which one it is.
Okay.
Sorry, Lindy.
No, get them kids out. I am a distraction.
Yes, let's just hope you're a live one.
We'll see.
Jacqueline is going to make her way outside. It would be reasonable to suspect that even if Jaeger is alone for now, he won't be for long.
That is correct.
Jacqueline is going to try and make her way ahead of Sister Bernadette, just kind of give a quick, if they can manage to make a brief bit of eye contact in the crowd, just kind of give a quick glance, sort of, you good? I'll be around. And Jacqueline wants to go outside and essentially prepare the way.
Yes. Why don't you make what would be a really good? You're making an advantage here. What would you like to make here? Would you like to make awareness to sort of scope the space? How would you like to do this? Because you're trying to prepare the way for them to get out.
Yes.
By the way, when you step outside, you can see trucks of Gestapo on their way. They're very close.
So they're close enough. I can make out that these are clearly marked. Okay.
Absolutely. They're big sedans.
It would be reasonable, would it not, to think that a place like this, with its many, many people, Jacqueline would at least know a few people here.
Certainly.
Say perhaps some of the people hawking their wares. Can I use the contacts to try and sort of... What I want is, when the Gestapo trucks get here, I want them to be swarmed with people selling little toys, snacks, offering them,
Yes.
you know.
Yes.
Oh God.
Roll contacts.
Yeah. Most specifically, I want somebody offering them illicit goods so that they then have to stop and investigate the illicit goods. But we'll see.
Roll your contacts.
Contacts.
Mm-hmm. Average.
Given all my good rolls to other people tonight.
You have no fate points left, correct?
I have none.
But there are 2 group fate points at this moment. You could spend one.
Yeah, I've already spent one. I feel
I
guilty.
say spend one.
Gotta get them kids out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you spend it, you will be able to add a free invoke to Crowded.
That'd be very useful.
I would like. Yeah, let's do that.
What aspect are you invoking? As you can see, these kids sort of crowded around Sister Bernadette.
I think this may be a. I hope it's not just my logic here. See if you can follow. The resistance aspect here of my friends needed me.
Yes.
Because suddenly, it's sort of like that awakening again of this is what it used to be like.
Yeah.
You know, here's a clear. This is something we can do that will have a direct good impact.
Yeah.
And it's been a while since it was anything other than, you know, like, okay, sure, we can get some people out and maybe eventually, like, you know, getting the POWs out that Emanika was a part of. It was one of those, we can get them out and maybe this will pay off in the future. We'll see.
Yeah.
And clearly it did.
Yeah.
It's fantastic. But doing something with a sense of this might help, that's one thing. Doing something with a knowledge of this will have a major impact.
Yeah.
Now there's a fire she hasn't felt in a long time.
Yeah, I think so. And so you get a number of these people that you know to sort of like get ready. Who do you pass it to? You've got him, Elias Yeager, and you have some soldiers who are coming in.
Purely because I want to see it happen with Yeager.
Yeager pulls Amelie out of the velodrome.
Excuse me, sorry.
You can't see them. He'll pass it to the soldiers. The soldiers, there are a bunch of them, they all come right up into the velodrome, and there are going to be 20 or 30 of them. They're coming in large numbers. There's somebody who's in charge of them, and they come in looking at this moment, and they have guns. You can see some police as well. This is a large operation to find these kids. And so, we go to the top of the round, and the soldiers are going to have to pass it to someone. They can pass it to whoever they like. Before anything happens, I need to say something. In a conflict like this, you have some choices. Everybody has goals. And these basic soldiers, by the way, are going to pass it to Yeager, just so you know. Because they can do that.
They like to go back and forth. Yeah, we know.
Yeah. Before this happens, I will say there are a couple of choices you can make. You can always concede a conflict, and when you concede a conflict, you take yourself out, but you decide how you leave. It's fine. Then there is the sacrificial one, where you take yourself out permanently, not just out of this conflict, but permanently. But if you do, you decide how the conflict ends. So, for example, you can say, I will not live longer, but those kids will get out. Because right now, those soldiers are blocking that entrance. And they're looking dangerous. That is just a thing, but you must make that decision before dice are rolled. Jaeger is going to go right now. He is going to... move you to a place where you cannot be seen. Stealthy style. That is what he's going to do right now. And I'm going to roll that right now before anybody says anything. If somebody says something, I'm going to do it.
Wait, I would like...
Yes.
I thought you meant before our rolls.
Because it's his turn.
Well, we got to get those kids out. And I'm a great distraction.
I am a wanted prisoner of war.
Oh. Excuse me. Are you self-compelling?
I'm going with the sacrificial.
Okay.
Thing.
Okay. I see.
Yeah.
Tell me about this.
I think he actually, yeah, no, I'm going for the sacrificial thing. I think it lines up with his aspects as well. SOE, hothead.
Yeah.
Devoted to the children.
Yeah.
I think he probably like hears the trucks arriving,
Yes.
is fully aware of what that means.
And you can hear the shouts.
Yeah, hears the shouts. He probably looks behind him to see the kids talking very excitedly between each other. Now they have a new group of kids to play with and interact with. And I think in this moment, he thinks he can't let them... He needs to do what he can to make their life easier. And I think he's gonna make like a beeline, like just run towards Jaeger and just fully body tackle him to the ground. And I think
slug him. Just
in fact, yeah, I think it's gonna be a full-on punch. I never got to use my stunt, but my stunt was gonna be Nazi puncher. So he just full-on throws a punch in the back of...
That is my favorite stunt name that I've heard in the past ages.
Yeah. I just like fully just punched the back of Jaeger's head. And I think because I'm SOE, I think I'm probably like, at the very least, have like minor fluency in other languages. And I feel like Emily probably has heard me speak other languages.
Yeah.
So I think he'll like say run in like, I don't know, Spanish or something to Emily, and just start wailing into Jaeger, fully aware of the guns that are definitely going to be pointed and eventually firing at him.
So this is going to end this conflict. We're going to talk about how this happens, each one of us. Amelie, do you run?
You punching Jaeger, I think that, and yelling run, I think she doesn't, she's not a combat physical person. So I think she'll look confused, but do so.
She runs. Sister
That's all
Bernadette.
orders.
I'm asking Jacqueline last. You are there with the children. You see Amanike chase after this Gestapo officer and start punching him. You can hear the
Can we
shouts.
see how that punch goes, though? Because I'm real curious as to how much damage he deals. Jaeger.
This is not an attack. This is a sacrifice.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
This is a sacrifice. So this is he gets to say that this happens, right? This is a sacrifice. You could hear the Gestapo soldiers shouting as they see this attack happening. You were in between these soldiers and Emenike, who's attacking this Gestapo officer. They can see it. It is not good for him. But you have these children, and you see these 6 children, and they are clearly underfed. They clearly have been probably walking for miles. They're scared. But they're in the midst of this crowd of orphans, your orphans. How do you leave this space?
I begin just by herding them out, but also, they're muddy, they're dirty, they're thin. I start borrowing clothes from my own orphans. Just a coat from one, a hat from another, just to kind of blend them in a little bit more. And I'm just like, come along, children, veet.
And you start moving
my one drop
out.
Yeah, we start moving out.
And
I move them kind of obviously I'm in the middle. So
who's going to suspect the nun leading out of 2 lines of orphans?
There was a sacrifice, and so they will not. That's what a sacrifice does.
Yeah.
And you are able to move them past these Gestapo who would be paying attention to you and those orphans. But you have disguised them, and there is someone wailing on their commander right now. And they move past you and past these orphans. Jacqueline.
I'm definitely screaming in English.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
You see Emenike punching this guy, and you see this guy taking it and pulling out a knife.
Let me guess, the knife was just up his sleeve or somewhere really easy to access.
It really was somewhere very easy to access. You see Amelie run. You see Sister Bernadette move out with these orphans, and you are there. And you can see some of your friends who are hawking wares trying to slow down these Gestapo, who are now hell-bent on this man. What do you do?
Is it possible to do a double sacrifice?
That's tricky, because he sacrificed to keep you safe.
That damn aspect of, don't want to feel Emenike again.
Yeah.
So
that's right.
The problem is, if it had been a case of I can see that Emenike has the upper hand and he may not make it, but at least it's, he's going to achieve something. That's one thing, but now I see a knife being pulled.
Yes, you do. Yes, you do.
I'm going to be asking a lot, and I'm perfectly happy if you say that I need to make a roll, or if I just straight up can't do this. You tell me. I will not be running away. Jacqueline is not going to run. At least not out.
Here is
I want her to run the other direction. Sorry?
In?
I want her to run in. I want her to... These are Gestapo. They have grenades.
They do.
I want her to steal one and throw it right in Jaeger's face.
So here's the thing.
I realize that's a big ask, but that's that general, I don't care what it is, I want Emenike to
survive.
His sacrifice to be worth something. I don't necessarily want it to survive, because that's not happening, not with the Gestapo now. But I want it to be worth something.
Emenike,
Yes.
she wants to sacrifice to make it worth something. You need to talk. You are part of this conversation.
I think.
Here's what I offer.
Okay.
The offer is that you will not die. This moment here will keep you alive. Her sacrifice will have you both captured rather than dead.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
Jacqueline.
And the grenade blows up in Jaeger's face? Oh, okay.
Because that's an attack, right?
This is true.
What will happen, though, is that you will save his life. You will come up, you will grab that grenade, and you will throw it. But there's a distance. And you will throw it in a circus full of people.
The hope is that enough people have run away from the obvious conflict.
What will happen is that it will go off and it will cause pandemonium and chaos. And in that chaos, you will get grabbed by the soldiers who are right there. But Emenike will not be stabbed and cut to ribbons by somebody who has a very, very impressive fight. It will be enough to jostle the situation. Jacqueline will be grabbed, and Jaeger, with too much attention on him, will subdue Emenike rather than murderize him as he is wanting to do. And you two will be captured but not killed. And the orphans will be able to escape, as will Amelie, who will not be one of the 2 victims who were murdered by Jaeger today. But you two old dear friends, will be taking a trip to some interrogation moments. But
Glad Dr. Bones or Herr Knochen is not in at the moment.
you will be taken, both of you, which gives you an opportunity to escape later. You will not be dead. But the orphans will be free, Amelie will be safe, and nobody will suspect either of them. The church will remain safe. But you two will be captured. That is a big sacrifice for that. But you have to get something else for that. With the passes, I will give you the following. The orphans will be able to make it out safely. There will be no problem with that. They will make it out. And Falstaff will be alerted that he's been made by one of your contacts. Because you wanted to get him a message, if I remember correctly?
Yeah.
That message will get to him before, even though that you have been captured. Do you agree? And there will be some collateral damage.
Emenike.
I agree. That sounds juicy.
That is a big sacrifice. You finish all of it. Normally when you concede, it's just you. Like, you just both leave. But this finishes the conflict completely with those things. As you two are taken away, Sister Bernadette, Amelie, you watch as these two old friends are taken. And Jaeger is bloodied. He's got a 6th level consequence. I can add that all into some exciting damage right there. Sister Bernadette, you watch as you did the last time, as your 2 compatriots are taken away by the Gestapo. You see them rounded up and put into a truck. But you know you have somebody tugging at your sleeve, the orphans. And they look up at you. Sister, what do we do?
Shh, little one. Keep your head down and do not make trouble.
Okay.
And I too, once again, keep my head down and lead my orphans back to the church.
And Amelie?
Amelie is surprised, confused. She was not expecting Emanike to just run up and punch a Nazi in the face.
A really good one too, actually.
Magnificent.
When in doubt, punch a Nazi.
Because you just got to punch Nazis. And well, because she doesn't know that Elias Jaeger was planning on murdering her.
Mm-hmm.
She probably won't know until she talks to Sister Bernadette later.
Mm-hmm.
So she's just confused, but understands that we got to get the kids safe. So since she's not with the gaggle of orphans at the moment, I think she, as a nod to the starting of our game, she'll make eye contact with Jacqueline. Again, not super intense eye contact, more like I see you. Again, and same with Emanike as she heads out, and she will go to the church first to make sure everything is ready to receive these 6 new orphans and possibly Falstaff later.
And that will be the end of our game.
I was gonna say, can I add one last thing?
Absolutely.
I'm so sorry.
Absolutely. Are you kidding? Absolutely.
Amelie, and obviously Emanike, you would see this as well because you're close. You make eye contact with Jacqueline. You see 2 things that you haven't seen for a long time. You see determination in her eyes once again, and you see a smile.
Okay.
Amanike,
Yeah.
you're being led, both of you, into a truck. Not dead.
I think very similar to Jacqueline, and maybe even more so, maybe it's even wider because of Jacqueline's, but he's also smiling. His fists are definitely like bloodied. I think the initial punch was great form, but I think after a while you start after like a few punches in, you start noticing that he was just like, it was all of him going into each punch. So it definitely started as a distraction. After a while, it just became cathartic for him. So he probably like has like broke, like fractured, like there was the form was lost very quickly in his punches. And I think as he's getting ushered into this truck, I am a terrible person, but I think because I don't know any, I can't think of any off the top of my head, but I think he'll definitely be singing like very British for sure, like very definitely English songs, but like some kind of it's probably very vulgar, honestly. I think it's very vulgar songs.
Yeah.
Just taking a piss out of Nazis, I think. I'm just
I
gonna like screaming him at the top of his lungs.
I'm going to tell you the consequence that Jaeger has, which will last for 2 months at the very minimum, is going to be humiliated.
Oh,
And
I'm just so glad I spent that fate point.
yeah, this is he's going to be humiliated for quite some time. And this, my friends, with this double sacrifice which keeps you both alive, perhaps needing some rescue. And we have the orphans. By the way, those orphans have plans on them, papers. They've got maps with troops marked from the father of the noble son, who has made very detailed notes about Nazi troops in Poland. And that is with this young lad. And these kids are going to make it out. And you have some very important intel. And Jaeger is humiliated in a way that will be very bad for him. And Falstaff knows that he's been made. You have done
also
something important.
Nike left some exam papers, obviously, for the kids. He has like a paper with the working out and the answers for each of them, so Sister Bernadette could go through it. I think he like has like a backlog just because of the kind of person he is.
Just in
like
case.
A backlog,
yeah, like
just
during the free time, you just write up more lesson plans and like answer sheets.
And we will close our episode here, which I want to thank you very much for. But I will say this. Normally with a sacrifice, you're dead. But a double sacrifice keeps you both alive, which means you may be rescued. That would have to be a mission to rescue you two. And we will see how that happens and what goes on there. And so, my friends, thank you very much. I would like each one of you, thank you for being here, to say who you are, give some hype, and then give some love for this amazing episode. And by the way, you'll all get XP for this one, just so you know. Let's start with Balrog. Diane, tell us who you are, give some hype, and then give some love.
Okay. Oh God, I'm just. I love Fate. I love playing Fate. It's so much fun every time. Yeah. Hi, I'm Balrog 1911. I am known by that name all over the internet, wherever you may know me, which is really just my Twitter and Twitch, actually. I occasionally play tabletop games, as you may have seen. I do stream on my own channel, although I'm currently on a bit of a hiatus because a lot of changes have been happening in life, and frankly, there's not enough hours in the day. But the main thing I want to plug, there are two things I want to plug. One is mine, one is somebody else's. Well, mine adjacent. On almost precisely a month from now, near the end of April, on the 24th of April, I'll be coming back from my hiatus, and I'll be doing so with a tabletop campaign, a beginning arc of playing around with Brinkwood, Blood of Tyrants, which the short version is there are vampire games about being a vampire and thinking about the moral inequities and all that stuff. This is not that. Brinkwood is a game about vampires are bad. They are terrible, awful, blood-sucking oppressors, and they need to be staked in the goddamn heart, and that's what we're here to do.
Some murderizing. I like it.
Yeah. No, the description literally says, be mad, stay punk.
Nice.
So, yeah, that's what I'm going back with. I have a fantastic cast that I haven't announced yet, but I will, and they're fantastic people. They're some of my favorite people to play with, so keep an eye out for that. And the other thing is that the only game that I'm actually a regular player on runs on Thursdays we have a bit of an odd schedule. We play 3 weeks off and then 3 weeks on and then 1 week off. I play in a Shadowrun game, which goes it is 7:30 GMT, so 8:30 European time. And we're currently trying to figure out where we're going to go. No, we're kind of involved in a shootout at the moment against our arch nemesis.
Okay, all right.
And it's gone well, but now we have consequences to deal with because we love consequences. And our GM, Kevin, is fantastic. So we play that on the channel called The Lawful Geek. Kevin runs far too many games, so there are also others. There may be other games in the works that I'm also a part of, but I'm not at liberty to speak of that yet. I play a rigger in that game, so rather than direct involvement, I just have a lot of drones and hope they don't get destroyed, which seems to happen with alarming frequency.
But better your drones than you.
Yes, but the only reason I haven't been killed yet is because I built a super tough character who can take a lot of hits, which I've lost track of the number of times I've been riddled with bullets. We've literally talked, like me and the GM talked about this earlier today. We're like, oh wait, how many times have you nearly died? Oh yeah, that time and that time and that time. Oh, did you forget that time? Yep. And so that's
and give love.
I also, yes, which means in this context, I'm sorry.
Give love to some cast member for something that you thought was wonderful.
Oh,
something that you loved about something that one of your fellow cast members did.
Mm-hmm. I am going to. Yes. Okay. You know what? It's just hard to choose because I love everyone here. But
you can give
our
everyone
lovely
love
Sister
if you want.
Bernadette, you played such a fine line between the diligent nun and the I want to destroy Nazis, and it was just this lovely. You struck a lovely balance there, and it was a joy to watch.
Thank you.
I got your triple aspect in the end. I did.
That was really good.
Yeah, it was amazing.
I'm very upset about that. We will have words later.
Oh, don't want the nun mad at me. Gloss. Who
the
are you?
Is coming out.
Give some hype, and then give some love.
Hello everybody, I am Leonie, also known as Glass and Gadgets. Thank you so much for having me. This was actually my first time playing Fate. It will certainly not be the last time I play Fate. So that was great. I am semi-retired from streaming TTRPGs, but here I am.
I'll get you.
That's why it's semi-retired. Well, I will always turn up whenever you ask. Only certain people can invite me to things and I will say yes.
Look, I feel like Sister Bernadette is gonna open up a can of whoop ass and get those people out. This is my feeling, but go on.
Well, you can just have her now and she just exists. What am I saying? It's really late.
Hype.
Hype. Okay, so hype for myself. I run a shop and I make tree stars. Land Before Time? I make tree star jewelry. Please buy them. They're very cheap. That's the Gilded Grove. So yeah, that's what I do with my time now. I also have some podcasts coming out, but you can learn all of this on Twitter. And so yeah, follow me on there. And one thing I would like to also hype up at the moment is there is the collab in colour going on right now. So that's Transplanar, Utopia, Dicey Amazons, and Friends Who Roll Dice, who are doing this massive weekend full of goodies. All my favourite people are doing something. They are 4 great communities and they are raising money for trans rights. So go check them out sometime this weekend, please. And some love. Do I have to choose one person?
You can do whatever you want. You just have to give some love.
Okay, cool. Then I'm going to just go down the list. I'm going to give love to you, Trooper. 1, for teaching me Fate. That was really easy for me to pick up. I'm terrible at learning new games.
It's not that bad, right?
No, it's really not that bad. I have the dice. Now I can actually use the dice. I really sincerely appreciate that. And I also really sincerely appreciate experiencing you as a GM properly. Yeah, you got some tricks up your sleeve.
Look, it was poetic for Sister Bernadette to have to be like, oh no, I have to watch this again. But
Yeah,
you have to blame them though. They did the sacrifice.
I mean,
obviously moving down to Lindy, giving love to you. Emile was just perfect, her innocence. I just loved how you just really leaned into it as well. And to be honest, I have such a soft spot for tarts with hearts.
Yeah.
Like, you can't do anything with
I'm gonna rename her high concept now to Tart with Heart.
That's so good.
That's really good.
Because it's basically what it is now, but phrased way better.
A tart with a heart.
Yeah, that's really good.
Okay, now moving down some love to Drac. Drac, we've been meaning to play together for like what, years now?
I think so. Honestly, time feels fake, so I'm not entirely sure.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Yes, a very long time.
And now we finally done it, and it was so nice to kind of see and work with you up close and see how your ideas work and all the amenities. And you know, you see all the hype on Twitter, right? You go, oh, this person's so amazing. But it, you know, and then when you get to experience it, it's really, really nice. So yes, it was lovely to actually experience and play with you, and I sincerely appreciate you doing the hard choices today.
Yeah.
And of course, Diane, love for you. Not just because we'll probably be BFFs now because of Nightwish and within Temptations. This will be a conversation that we have off screen. But also for we're going to be BFFs. But also for such a complex character. I have tried to play a character that does both sides before, and this was in a long-term campaign, and it didn't work out too well. But to see someone handle it so well in a one-shot, I am deeply and sincerely impressed.
Thank you.
I mean, I have one problem, of course. I want to know what happens next, but okay.
This is your campaign, Trooper. I mean,
that's fair. That's fair. Now I want to know what happens next.
Hang on. I'm just gonna
go.
If we can give love to multiple people, I'm just gonna do one quick thing. Obviously, Trooper, Lindy, I have played with both of you. You know I both love you dearly. Drac, I've been meaning to play with you, I know, for at least 2 years now. And to get to do it is great. And because your actions, your sacrifice in particular, broke my character's neutrality.
Yeah.
And I'm so pleased because I was going to have her just walk out of this and walk back into her life.
Yeah.
And then you played the sacrifice. Yeah. Oh, so good. So good.
Thank you.
Oh, which means, Drac.
Yeah.
Who are you?
Hi.
Give some hype. Give some love.
So as I said before, I'm Drac or Draconics. You can find me on Twitter at Draconics. That's DRAKONIQUES. Kind of stream all over the place, but I'll do like as quick as I can rundown of everything. Just already mentioned this, but I am actually one of the co-founders and event organizer of Friends Roll Dice. I'm actually part of that clad in color thing. So for Friday and Saturday, we're going to be raising money for I believe it's Equality Texas, after the news that came out of Texas. And for Sunday to Monday, we're going to be raising money for Save the Children. I can't remember the exact name, but the Ukraine crisis relief because of what's happening in Ukraine. So just follow Friends Roll Dice on Twitter, or Transplanar RPG on Twitter, or Utopia on Twitter, or Dicey Amazons on Twitter, and you'll see the timetable, the schedule of what's going on there. Me personally, you can find me guesting over on Rule of Law on Tuesdays at 4 p.m. Pacific, sorry. I'm going to be guessing as a avant-garde pirate who's helping out the group of adventurers who are now wanted criminals. On Wednesday, you can find me again on Rule of Law, playing another resistance leader, but they're a time-traveling alien lizard who came from the future to warn the founders of the resistance of what's going to happen. And that's happening at 6 p.m. Pacific. On Thursdays, over on Saving Throw Show at 6 p.m. Pacific as well, I'm playing the Dark Souls RPG, which is going to be coming out in June, I think. Nice. So we got to get a sneak peek at it first, we're going to be talking with some of the game designers for next week on Thursday. So Gabe James Games, who I'm sure you've heard of, and Ross, who's one of the other writers of the book. We're going to be talking about what they put into it, and after that, we're going to start playing it. I think that's everything. Yes.
But your love.
Love. Oh, okay. So, Dan, I hit you up first. I loved how almost immediately we almost had like perfectly polar opposites characters of like one like already disillusioned and one is still so illusioned, so idealistic. And I love that how they never butted heads directly, but you can still see the difference in the ideals, which I think is really hard to make it that nuanced, because it's very easy to be like, I disagree with you and have an in-character argument, and I think it's kind of just boring. But seeing especially Jacqueline actively avoid trying to butt heads by keeping things secret from Emanike, or just doing things for the betterment of the group that Emanike, as the idealist he is, wouldn't like. I think it was, I guess honestly what Gloss was saying, it's great how you did it in a one shot. Like I would struggle to do it in a campaign, but you managed to encapsulate it so perfectly in a one shot, and I think that's incredible. Gloss, Leonie, yes, we've been wanting to play it for ages. And I'm so happy we finally got to. And Sister Bernadette, I feel like you set like so many seeds of what Sister Bernadette could do if she just let loose, like fully let loose. Like I feel like Sister Bernadette would be terrifying, and I just cannot wait to one day see that, and you being able to plant those seeds without like just giving it away. It was amazing. I can't wait to see.
She feels like she has a lot of power to me. Do you know what I mean? Like she feels like she feels very powerful to me, actually.
It felt very much
like my army of children. Kingdom.
But not just children. Like you're like it's not my turn yet. I'll wait.
It's just like I don't know if anyone knows this about me. I'm a big Doctor Who fan.
Oh, me
and
too.
One line I remember someone I think it was Matt Smith's doctor said was that good men don't need rules. You don't want to find out why I have so many. So I feel like Bernadette set so many rules for herself that it's almost like it's for the betterment of everyone else. Like she's keeping everyone else safe by putting these rules on herself.
That was the end of season of the 5th season of the reboot.
Yeah. And I remember that stuck with me, and immediately as watching Gloss play Bernadette, that line came to mind. So I think it'll be very interesting to see where that pops up. Lindy, I'm honestly shocked that I haven't had a chance to play with you. And I'm kind of upset about it, because I absolutely adored Emily. There were moments in time I was like, I could just watch them roleplay. I could just sit here and just like watch. And there were definitely moments I was like, I'm on stream, I need to like be aware of what I'm going to do next. Just watching you play. And it's just an absolute pleasure to watch and play with you, and I hope we do get to play again. Trooper, I've loved your GMing since the moment I had you as a GM in Midsummer Mysteries,
which we're gonna have a season 2. Like we have to wait till Midsummer, and then
I have the waistcoats ready, so it's fine. But again, to play with you as a GM again has just been so much goddamn fun, and I missed your mischievousness. You're like an imp. You're like a mischievous imp when it comes to GMing. And I just love, because I'm definitely the type of person to, when I'm given the opportunity to screw myself over, I'm going to take it. And you're the type of GM to be like, hey, do you want to screw yourself over? So it's just perfect, just perfect symmetry. Because like the moment you're like, hey, you can sacrifice yourself, I was like, oh my.
Look, I just have to let you know what the options are. That's all.
So it was great playing with you again. And honestly, if you ever want Emanike back to, I don't know, if he dies, if you want me to come just to play the death scene, I would do it.
But
honestly.
the thing is, Jacqueline sacrificed herself so that you wouldn't die.
Yeah.
And so now you're both alive and captured. It's fine. We'll see how that goes. Because, you know what? It's not my turn. Lindy.
To be fair, I only said that it should mean something.
Yes. And
humiliating Jaeger means something.
Oh my goodness. Actually, it means a lot of things, actually. It means a lot of things. It means a lot of things, actually.
Definitely, and with him singing, I was definitely imagining, like, and I feel like Gloss will definitely understand what I mean, like the drunken football chants, like there's no.
You were there, and I was sitting there, and I was just running through my head because I used to, I was a barmaid, so I've heard them all. I was just running through my head, and I was like, no, who we won the war wouldn't work just yet.
Yeah, it's. I will say no. I don't get to go yet because it's not my turn. It's Lindy's turn. Lindy, it's you.
It's my turn.
Yes.
It's my turn.
It is your turn.
Me and my kitty cat will go.
Wait.
She's very clingy. That was so much fun. Oh my gosh. I'm Lindy. I don't even know what order to go in. I had so much fun, and I'm so like mind boggled. I'm 112% expected to get cereal killed today, which is why I made my treble aspect of breakfast cereal pun, Lucky Charms. So. But you know, she won't get killed today. You never know. Paris is very dangerous. So, but I at least get to live today.
But here's the thing: the sacrifice was made. That's the thing. The sacrifice was made. So, unfortunately, I'm not able to kill you anytime soon. Because basically, here's the thing: Jaeger will not kill you. Jaeger will not kill Amelie because the sacrifice was made.
Oh,
at least not in terms of like serial killing.
Tesla, what did you do? I gotta move you off my mouse, darling. Okay, good. The Zoom call's still up. I was like, did she just exit it? No, she minimized the window. I'm just gonna give love and stuff.
The sacrifice means something, and so Amelie is not gonna be serial killed by Jaeger.
That is true. That's true. She has to find new purpose in life now, because I was 100% ready to be like, I'll sacrifice myself to get serial killed, but then I saw that like Drac had something to say, and I was like, what does Drac have to say in this situation? I color me intrigued.
I had one in-game death. I had one in-game death by choice, and I was like, this feeling is incredible. So after that, you can ask anyone who's played with me, anytime I've had a chance to sacrifice my character, I'm like, yes, I'll do it.
Well, I loved it because I felt like that was way more impactful and really cool, because it impacted Jacqueline's character a lot more.
Yes, it did.
So that's my love for you. I'm just giving love first. I start with love because I can't be restrained.
You're a breakfast cereal. You can do what you want.
Yeah, I'm a breakfast cereal. I can do what I want. I eat enough of it. And so that's my love for you, Drac. I loved that like you like just knowing you wanted to say something, and me just knowing like, oh, it's gonna be good, so I'll just keep my mouth shut about getting murdered, I guess. Then you punched a Nazi. Like that is
not just once
in
though.
This game. A bunch of times, and a very specific serial killer Nazi.
Yeah, like
so,
there are gonna be big consequences for all of this right now. I just have to like go through all of the ways in which this is gonna be so bad for
I love it.
Jaeger, etc. Mm-hmm.
I love it so much, and I also loved how every time Monsieur Manuel interacted with the kids, it was adorable. It was precious. I thought it was great. I'm just gonna move around on my Zoom overlay. So. Fuck alphabetical. Diane, it was fun getting to play with you again. It's been a while, but and I knew, I was like, oh, I know there's gonna be some interesting twist with whatever character you bring, and I loved how at the end it was so it reignited Jacqueline's fire. I thought that was really cool. Really
Which
cool movement for your character
to withstand the torture that's gonna happen for those two characters.
Yeah, but. Thankfully, Colonel Knochen is not
in Paris.
Present. He's the worst
and
for
he's
interrogation and
torture. He's kind of in trouble now, so he's not present.
Which is great. So you at least get torture light instead of torture XXL. Regular torture. Like, look, this guy was bad news.
I get that.
Just be thankful for the not extreme torture that you're gonna get. And I just thought your character was super cool in general. When you went to like, you're like, I'm gonna go speak to a Nazi official to find these kids. Like there's some interesting choices, and like our eye contacts in passing. I liked that. Sister Bernadette.
Oh, Bernadette.
She was just on top of things, and I loved it. Like, everyone's going to go to ground to do work. I'm just going to write some letters and wait for the information to come to me. And I thought that was magnificent.
And you needed it too, actually, right? Yeah.
We did. And so it was, but I loved just how confident Sister Bernadette was in her. Like, she's like, no, this is what I'm going to be doing. This is what is going to be done. Gets the job done, and just like, I'm gonna have these forged papers ready, and just got everything all together, just like with a neat little bow. Yeah, she awesome nun. I thought she was great. I loved her. I've wanted to play with you, Leonie, for quite some time, actually. You probably have no idea because I've never said anything. But ever since I saw you in Greg's Bioshock game that I was supposed to guest on as a little sister, because I actually have to cosplay, but the timing didn't work out. I've been wanting to play with you then. I think that was like 2 years ago or something. So I'm finally glad it got to happen, because I love playing with all of you delightful people. And of course, there's Trooper. I feel like that's all. Yeah, that's all the love. That I mean, I wouldn't have been with him on my birthday if I didn't like him. So, whatever. Great. You were awesome. My favorite part with you, Trooper, was hitting Jaeger with a bunch of sweetness and giving him a severe consequence.
Yeah.
I really liked giving him a severe consequence. That.
I rolled very poorly, but I have to say, look, this is what y'all need to know. He got beat up in public in front of a bunch of people.
Yes.
And he lost those kids.
And he lost the kids.
Yeah.
And his own personal pride. He didn't get to serial kill me.
And he didn't get to serial kill. What I'm trying to tell you is that's...
And I was really annoying him before that, too.
Yeah. And that's just not great for him, which is going to have reverberations. And, look, I was not certain that Falstaff was going to make it out of this episode alive, but he...
Oh, no.
No, seriously. I was like, I don't know if he's going to make it out of this episode alive. But you have Jacqueline. All right, so I'm troopersjp.
Can I finish my thing?
Yes,
I'm just
please.
giving you love.
Oh, I thought you gave me enough love.
I just want. There's never enough love to give you, Trooper. It's true. But I'm Left Love Lindy. I'll do it real quick so you can do your thing. You can find me online pretty much on any social media as Left Love Lindy. If I'm not active on the social media, I probably just have it claimed because I'm that person. I am back for my 3-week streaming hiatus vacation. So you will find me on Sunday on Praxagorath, that's Mephoриa's channel, with Trooper, because our Witcher game is coming back this Sunday. It'll be really great. And you can find me on my own channel on Monday for something. I don't know. We finished our campaign, so we're gonna throw something together. And then on Tuesday for some Mists of Ravenloft epilogues, because they're in Vampire Las Vegas essentially, and it's a personally curated hell for one of my players. And you should tune in because it's gonna be great. There's gonna be a burlesque show. I highly recommend it. Not an actual one, like a fake one, because it's D&D, but and just follow me on Twitter for everything else that I'm in, which is not a lot that's streamed at the moment, but I'm always open. So thank you. Now you may
go. So I want to say, so I'm troopersjp. And you can find me on tomorrow, Saturday at 4 p.m. Eastern on Table Story for Title Blades, and then Sunday at 8 p.m. over in Praxagorath, the Smuggler's channel for Witcher, and then of course next Friday here again, same time, same channel, for another episode of Kolos with a special guest, Pooja, who's going to be playing KP's character's sister. So there'll be shenanigans. But I want to give love. And the love I want to give is this. First off, I want to thank 3 of the 5 people here who are in European time for being here. Thank you very, very, very much. I've wanted to have all of you here doing this, and I'm going to figure out things to do about this because I love your characters so very much. I love your cell so very much. And I want to tell you that you have saved Falstaff's life. You have saved those orphans' life. You've kept your cell uncompromised 2 people have been captured through a sacrifice, and you have messed up Jaeger real bad in ways. Look, a severe consequence, the way I run it, does not clear for 2 months of in-game time. That is a long time, and that is...
You're welcome.
That is going to cause
Excuse
some
for me.
trouble.
And we got all the intel.
Yes, you got all the intel.
Did.
Like, there's a lot, and also you would have all gotten some fate points out of that as well. And you're going to have a level up for the later time period. So I will just say I adore all of you all, and I'm so glad to have been able to do this with you all because I just think you're so great. And Leonie, I've been wanting to play with you again for a while, but the things I'm just going to get you for Spy Team 67 when we do another one of those. So that's just going to happen. So don't worry about that. That is also happening. There's going to be more, like, once the summer hits, I'll have more fight time and there'll be stuff happening all over the place. But I wanted to give love. Diane, Jacqueline's amazing. I love how that turned. I love the deviousness, but like the complicatedness. You're like, no, I have lines. They're just not the same lines as everybody else's, and they were so good. They were so good. And I actually can imagine that Jacqueline will do very well under interrogation. Actually, she just seems like the kind of person who is just not going to break and will be able to hold out. I actually have a lot of faith for both. Earlier Jacqueline probably would have sold people out real fast, but this Jacqueline, I don't think so anymore. I think that both Jacqueline and Miniki are going to be able to hold out until they get rescued, one hopes, or escape themselves. So I respect Drac. Oh my goodness. That sacrifice surprised me and it was amazing. That was great. I was like, all right, love it. And that rule comes from Fate of Cthulhu. It's like the big sacrifice, which is a new rule. Loved it. Also, Gloss, Sister Bernadette, so good. I will tell you that end part when you keep your head down, you keep your kids keep your head down. I see it in a movie. You know what I mean? Like, that's that thing I see in the movie, that like sort of like final moment, right? And I see like that final moment. I see like the singing and the vulgar singing into the van. I see Jacqueline plotting to how to get out of this. Like, how can we get out of this before we even get to the building, right? You know what I mean? Like, okay, we're going to go in the van, but let's see what we can do.
I actually have a plan already, and I'm going to message you about it.
See, this is what I'm saying, right? Like, I'm like, I was like, I bet you'd be like, singing loud, singing, distracting here, being like, okay, how are we gonna get out of this right now before we even get to the building? And then I see Sister Bernadette there with the kids, moving them off, and Amelie being like, what just happened? I need to go make sure everything's prepared, right? Back to the orphanage. And it was so brilliant. And I love that's poetic moment. There's such beautiful poetic moments. I want to thank all of you for that. I want to thank everybody who's given tips and bits, and we do have to read out the last ones that have come in. The last ones that came in, we have, oh my goodness, we have 1,000 bits from Rissa for Heroism and Sacrifice, which is another perhaps title for today's episode, actually. And then we have 500 bits from Valtio, who says, ooh, fantastic job, everyone. I couldn't have asked for a better episode. Absolutely. Willen, who's our chronicler, said, thanks all. It was great getting to know the Saints. Can't wait for the rescue mission. Me neither. And then Rissa gave us 200 more bits, who said, that was such a wonderful and traumatizing episode, which, is my goal. And also, thank you, Weave the Tale, for that raid. Very much thanks. And I wanted to say thank you, Willen, for being our big sponsor for this month. Thank you very much, and I hope you appreciated your ad. I loved getting Simon to go and make it for you. And please note that the ad is a statement that your character does exist in this game as working for one of the underground newspapers. So just so you know it. Thank you all very much. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to yourselves. Much love to everyone. And I'm going to see what I can do about finding out what happens to the Saints, because clearly I need to know. Go be free, everyone. And I'm going to get these folks to go to sleep. Take care, everybody.